This is as good as any reason to start the stream. Guys, it sounded a little rough. I hope I'm drinking enough water. Welcome. Welcome. That's what it sounds like. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome everybody. Genuinely, hello. It's the second stream of the day. I'm gonna be fucked at the end of this. I was so tired after yesterday's stream, but it is because I'm still sort of like, sleeping pattern is good. I just need to slightly, because waking up at like 5-6 a.m. is a little bit early for me. I set an alarm for 7:30 thinking, yeah, that'll be good, because my brain will somehow know and it will sleep till 7:30. No, just got to a certain point. I mean, I think initially I was waking up at like, I was definitely waking up in the middle of the night and just having the decision of like, just roll over to the other side. So you're on this side, go on this side, and you will fall asleep. And that's what I did like 3 or 4 times. And it seemed to work each time. I can't remember what my dream was about, but it seemed pretty fun. Was there another Cillian Murphy dream? I say that like oh, a sexy Cillian Murphy dream. No, I swear we just have adventures or something. That seems to be the main thing that I remember. No, this one was me and my sister hanging out. But I have a weird feeling like we're also hanging out with my family or something. I feel like we went to like a Christmas market or something. I spend a lot of time thinking about returning to my family, I guess. Because that's good, that's what it's gonna have to be, right? It's gonna have to be me that talks to them first. But it's gotta be on my terms, which is really important. And I'm doing so positively right now. It will be so much work to talk to them, and I don't need to do that. But I kind of get this. I get the sense they perhaps need me to do that, right? Because they're like in their 60s now, I think. My parents are kind of old. Or like my dad would be getting close to 50, I think. Really, 60, sorry. It'd be like 58, maybe. It sounds about right. When was he born? Who knows? In my head, I'm like, he had me when he was 28, and I'm like, that might actually have been my older sister. So maybe he's 30. Oh, that's weird. I'm older than my dad when my dad had me, maybe. No, I don't care about that. I don't care. There was a time I did kind of care about having kids when I was younger, weirdly, and now I'm sort of like, if I ever get in the situation where I'm looking after kids, it's gonna be, it's gonna be like a fucking teenager crosses my path and doesn't have a home, and I'm like, okay, I'll be your guardian. It'll be like that kind of situation, I imagine, because I recognize how fucking difficult it is for teenagers to exist. And at least with younger children, as hard as it is for them, there tends to be way more support. And teenagers, sometimes to support teenagers is to, you back off. Obviously, younger children, that's not the case. Your mum's 85. That's older than my grandparents when they died. Sorry, that's kind of a grim thing to say. Pretty much all my grandparents died at 75, so good for your mum is what I meant to say. Is how I meant to say that. But yes, hello everybody. Hello Scooters. Hello Master of None, champion of the Skyblock that now has transformed into the original Spawnton world with all its weird magical problems. Hey! Negs have sunk to a new depth, says Tarky. That doesn't count as a neg. That just counts as an unfortunate thing to say about someone's elderly mother. Sorry, I nearly said grandmother. I mean, I don't know if Scooter has kids. People don't need kids. Kids need people. That's the situation. No, I was talking about like, do I want kids or whatever. Like, it would have been so bad. It would have. I understand why my parents are the shape they are, because I'm like, yeah, no, if I if I had kids at that point of mental health, I'm sure they love each other. embarrassingly young parents by the streamer. What, to be 60? Or over 60 even. I don't even remember how old my mum is. Don't recall the mods on the last map where I was farming. You mean the vanilla one that we had MCMMO? That was the only plugin we had, but that's that edits that exist. That doesn't add new things to the game. That edits the existing game. But we have all sorts of things, Scooters. We have tools that have their own kind of XP. We have magic and gosh, there's just so much stuff. There's just so much stuff, honestly. It's worth exploring quite a bit. There's way more biomes. There's loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of things. There's like teleporters and there's jetpacks and there's other dimensions and there's quests. It's a real goodie bag of mod packs. It's one of the wider ones. Need to fix the explosions before anything builds anything. We'll circle around the things that are exploding. We'll replace wood with like similarly colored metals and things like that. And it'll be fine. You know, urban renewal project. But the sponge, okay, you can craft away and you can find this magic sponge. And I'll figure out some kind of construction rework or whatever. You don't understand any of it. You was like, where is the food and what am I doing? I mean, it may be a bit overwhelming for you. I would advise find yourself a little hovel. Find yourself a cave or a tree or something. And start out like you normally would if it was regular Minecraft. And then as you start to find new stuff, you can look them up on wikis. If that's something you need, I heavily recommend it. But there is also quite a bit of you can see crafting recipes in it, so you can figure out quite a lot of stuff that way. Just maybe even picking a mod that shows up on the list, or you know is in this mod pack, and looking up for wikis on it and seeing if it interests you. So some of the main ones, or at least for me, there's Industrial Craft 2, there's Formcraft, there's Botania. Like, those are all good ones to start with. You start to find that there's kind of a similar train with a lot of things, is that, like, you know, they'll have their own fancy furnace, and they'll have their own fancy, you know, this thing processes, and they'll have their own energy system and whatever. Just start simple, you know. And you'll start to realize that some things are different, and it's a real, like, you don't need to know everything. I don't know even half of the mods in this mod pack, and I've been playing it for like a decade. That's how much content there is, right? And that's kind of nice because there's always something to explore. And that, you know, there's combinations like Master of Nan literally discovered a way of getting lava that I didn't know about through the Skyblock, which I'm probably going to use to generate power within the city. Within Spawnton, I might make some changes to Spawnton. We might blow some buildings down and put some new things up, and maybe neaten some things as well. But you're rapidly approaching 50. 60 no longer feels so far away. Would you say this is the best decade of your life? Because I've heard a lot of people say continuously as they get older that each decade's better. It interests me. You know, 20-year-olds think that they're old. So when you become 30, you're like, oh, oh, the way that we think about age is like all weird and strange. Like, you know, you become 18. You gotta become 18 so you can do all this stuff. And you become 18 and you're like, I actually can't do anything. And then they're like, oh, but you've got to be famous and rich and powerful. And it's like, yeah, but it's only some people that get to do that. Make way for a huge tower. I'm glad that we're going to get a huge tower. Because if you weren't going to build a huge tower, I was going to build a huge tower. Where are you going to put it? I mean, there's loads of sea. 40s is pretty good. Looking forward to retiring, kicking back eventually. That's nice. I have a feeling, because of how well being 30 has gone since about January, February, March, April, May, May or June, maybe, how well that's been going, which to be fair is like a few months into being 30, how well that's been going. I'm like, oh, okay, my 30s are going to be fantastic because I'm going to make them fantastic because I finally have not just the agency but also like the understanding of like how to do things. And you know, I feel like I did so much, like I focused so much on my own self-development to like be a nicer person and like a more understanding person, and I'm just getting more and more opportunities to sort of like expand that way of thinking, and I'm like, this is good, this feels, you know, I'm nurturing myself and I'm really proud of that. So I think I'll be great when I'm really old because I'll be some fucking like "Ah!" Like I won't give a shit, you know, like some weird old lady. I think that'll be fantastic. And I'm trying to kind of romanticize that a little bit to offset the way that age is often looked at in this. You know, it's because of capitalism, but it's also because of things like nationalism as well. Like they want everyone to be a soldier, right? They want the most valuable time to be within that period of time. They want everyone to be like a footballer or whatever. Yeah, you need to really use lipstick. Cause it's like the inside. I can't get that because it's like inside lip, but like it's so important for the look. I'm just going like that all the time. Hi, hi. Yeah, you can't see that. Never mind. There's other lipsticks that mix better with moisture, whatever, and I will buy many more. I want to buy some orange lipstick. I wore green lipstick and everyone kept complimenting me. Like even random people on the street were complimenting me about green lipstick, and I was like, just just got it off eBay. You know, it's not. I guess because people are used to going to like Superdrug or something. They've probably got green lipstick in Superdrug, or do they? We can have a tower off. Sounds homoerotic. Looking back, 11 to 19 was the best part of my life. Really? How? How does anyone have 11 to 19 as the best part of my life? I think 11 to 19 is the worst part of my life. But you didn't stand up to the abusive adults army, so fuck. That suddenly said Grove because it skipped there, so fuck them. Yeah, but that's not your fault, you know. Hi Gamer Fiends. We were just discussing my community Minecraft server. I returned it to the original map, and we forgot all of the problems that we had, but we're quite excited. But the main event that we're doing here today is that we're gonna play Kingdom Come Deliverance again, which the last time I streamed, I was trapped in a hole. And I think there was like a good maybe like 10 minutes at the end of the stream where I just kept trying to jump out the hole repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly. And it just was not working. And I think that's very funny, but also like I had to fix that issue. So what I had to do was I needed to mod in I had to remove bush collision. I'll open the mod thing in a second and we'll discuss all the mods that I added. I went on Nexus. There's something like 58 pages of mods. 2 of them were Nazi things, so I did report those. But everything else, I mean, there was also a Templars thing, and I'm kind of like, well, I guess Templars probably did exist at this time. So, but still, Templars is a huge red flag. One sec, sorry, I'm just fucking private. There we go. I was just making sure the previous episode, I suppose, of Kingdom Come Deliverance got correctly uploaded, so I remember to do that. Let's open Nexus, or Vortex as it's called. I keep saying Nexus because the fucking thing's called Nexus, and they made Nexus Mod Manager, which kinda sucked. And then they made Vortex, which I thought sucked, but turns out it's actually pretty good. It actually does a lot of things for you, so it's actually really good. We have, obviously, the bush collision remover. I've added a thing that adds little strips of colour to arrows so they're easier to find. I have allowed Henry to enter deep water. Bush collision, that's it. We've changed the color of Henry's hair to make him look more evil. I can give money to the poor. You know, I think it really does reflect. And I did find out the guy's name, the racist guy who's like pro Gamergate, Daniel Vavel, sorry. He's the co-founder of Warhorse Studios that made this game. and I can feel his influence in so many things, right? You can't seem to give money to homeless people that are begging, even though the game has set up and shown that they come from the same town as you. And I get this weird impression like it's kind of like, well, Henry's the hero because he pulls himself up by his bootstraps sort of nonsense. So I added something where we can give money to the poor because it was bothering me that I couldn't do that. I changed the eyelashes so they look better. I added blood splatters because there didn't seem to be any. There's some weird fixes that won't even make sense, like some pixely edge things. There's a apparently I did notice this. There's a disembodied dog bark that exists in the game. And I did notice that I kept hearing dogs in places where there were no dogs. Apparently, it just happens any fucking place that you are, and there's the mod to get rid of that. I added the reticle for bows because I couldn't fucking tell which direction the bow was even pointing. And also the thing where the face pops in because they're not all loaded all at once. I found also there was a mod for that, so that's basically solved every issue that I've got with the game. Most of the mods were like, make this horse the best horse, or replace Henry's face with another character's face. That was most of them. Hate Nexus Mod Manager. I don't think it functions anymore. I think you have to use Vortex now. You added the bow reticle as well. Good, nice. Dog Ambient Day. Is that really what it's called? One sec. My housemate, I nearly said house guest. My housemate needs me to go check to see if a parcel has been delivered. I just started streaming, but I'm gonna go do that. So be right back. 1 second. Wait, that's not the be right back screen. Oh, that's the one I'm in hell. It's this one. There we go. I'm gonna be right back. 1 sec.
Humongous wizard. Humongous wizard.
Big wizard?
Humongous wizard.
Magic. Oh, you all love that loud one, don't you? It's a good thing. It's a good thing I did go and check that package because it was just at the front door, and I'm like, oh, anyone in the street could see that and take that. Fuck those stairs, they're so steep. Right, okay. Right, welcome to me. I'm the one that came back. You were all here. If anything, you should be welcoming me. Let's launch this game. Let's play this game. Dog Ambient Day Afternoon. Al Pacino's Chill Out tribute to John Cazale. Cazale, is that how you say that? But yeah, I do see both of you, all of you did Henry's thing aloud. I can't believe something as obnoxious as that is so popular. Oh, I added a new bit sound. There's now a 4-bit sound. It's just me going meh. There's a 1-bit sound, a 2-bit sound, a 3-bit sound, and now a 4-bit sound. And then I also fixed the image that shows as well, because it turns out I had made a custom thing for everything. 4 days and 16 hours so we can defeat the swordfish. I've gotta fucking get that bastard. It is loud. I think I did finally reduce its volume. because it's not hurting me as much. But maybe I've just gone sort of deaf, I guess.
One single bit.
Yeah, see, there goes the one single bit. Hey, and I even did a little coin. Come on.
2-bit stream.
2-bit streamer. Sorry, I nearly talked over that. It takes like 10 seconds between them, except
3 of us.
there you go. So, because 4 is so short, I put the cooldown I put the cooldown as low as I possibly could, so it's 2 seconds between those. So if you're so inclined to spam 4 bits, you can get it to make that sound every 2 seconds, as opposed to the other ones that are only every 10 seconds. Though I might slow those down as well. There you go. Just a funny thing that I figured I would do. So if anyone at any point wants to make I don't know where, I just was sat there and I was like, wouldn't it be funny if there was just a sound thing that was like meh, and then I added loads of echo and reverb onto it, and then I was like, oh wait, this should be one of the bit things. If you give me 5 bits, it just goes aha money. So it's just the regular default bit sound. I need to make more bits, because honestly, channels with a lot of bit redemptions get a lot of bits. It's as simple as that. Thank you so much, Andy, for 1, 2, 3, 4 bits. I wonder if I should get a different image for that as well. If I should get a face of me going like, or something. Here we are in the Kingdom Come. Oops, we're not actually in the Kingdom Come Deliverance. I've been on the wrong screen. My apologies. There we go. Excuse me. We're in the Kingdom Come Deliverance land. It's Czechia, except it's been. Is it called Czechia? It's called Czechia now, isn't it? This particular part, I think. But at this time, it's called Bohemia, and it is part of the Holy Roman Empire, which is a sort of confederation of states, of different countries and kingdoms and republics. But it's been whitewashed. There's only white characters in this, unless they're humans, which are the enemies in this game, which is highly fishy, and you can't cross-dress, and you can't give to the poor, except we've changed that, so you can now give to the poor. We want to load this save game. It's Czechia now, yeah. Yeah, I thought so. Because it wasn't called Czechoslovakia before, but then they were like, no. For reasons I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. My sister went there about basically as they changed the name, for university reasons, I think. Oh, it was the Czech Republic. Oh, okay. So Czechoslovakia is the other one. God, I really don't know that much about geography. For someone who's always like talking about geography, I don't know that much. Right, let's see. Can Henry get out of this bush? You fucking kidding me? You fucking kidding me? I spent an hour. I looked at every single mod. You're fucking kidding me? I looked at every single mod that was on Nexus, and I got the bush collision one, and I added a bunch of other stuff, and he still can't get out of the fucking hole. So apparently, it's a common thing for people to make sure that Henry has a bunch of alcohol with him at all times, so that they can get him blackout drunk, so that in case he gets stuck. That's apparently a strategy. I don't think I have any. This is how the stream ended last time. You telling me I have collision with these fucking branches? Why does this hole exist? Why can I walk into a hole that I can't get out of? I blame. What was his name again? Daniel Vava. I blame Daniel Vava for this. And his shitty beliefs. He did this. There's some cool people that worked on this. Don't get me wrong. It's just Daniel Vava is not one of them. Ah! Are there any cheats? There are cheats, but I would have to mod them in. How much alcohol does he actually have on him? 0. Maybe I'm doing it all wrong. Maybe I need to like... This is just another test. This is just another test. You know how it took me like 9 hours to get out of the tutorial, technically. And then there was more tutorial after that. This is just another one of these tests. I've mastered the ability to just walk up to people and choke them out in 2 seconds. And, you know, I even learned how to assassinate, although Henry in this timeline has not done that. I can pickpocket. I can lockpick. This is the new thing. It's understanding the physics engine. Listen, me in real life could walk up that. Just put 1 foot. There we go. Just 1 big step, Henry. Come on, Henry. Come on, Henry. Okay. This feels like a checkpoint. And then... No. No? What if I jump sideways? Help me. There's as much chance to finish this game as there's a collecting of a magazine Fallout 4. We will go back to Fallout 4 at some point, I think. Because I just needed to... I became so over-familiar with the game. I think I need to... Oh my god. That's right, just pass out, Henry. You can pass out, right? That's how this works. Fucking... Can we hit it? What if we hit it with a stick? It makes a metallic clang despite the fact that it's a stick. Okay, it's a checkpoint. Yep. It's a Bohemia. It's a Bohemian Rhapsody. As in, I'm dead because I can't get out of this fucking rock. This, like, it gets so close. What if we snuck? I like snuck in. Maybe I need to sneak out. Because I'm looking over, like, that looks like a way out. But nothing, you can't trust your senses. Oh. Help me. I'm supposed to be streaming this game. I can't make any progress on it, which is my own fault. But this isn't my fault. I was just trying to take a nice shortcut. We did it. We did it. I'm so relieved. Okay. I take back everything I said, except for about Daniel Vavras. Is it Vavras? Hang on, I need to see it written again. Vavra. Daniel Vavra. Yay! Just been checking a guide. It says I definitely have buzzoitis. What? I don't know what that is. Very nostalgic memories of the car and the rocks. The famous. Remember when things were important that happened in that game? You remember when I said help me and everyone, including Roscoe, showed up? That was nice. Old times. Almost all of those people hate me that came to help me then. Almost all of those streamers hate me now. Right, we're free. Now, what can we do? We really need a horse. I have no idea where to get a horse. We need to cross the weekadelic guinea pig? You changed from hip hop guinea pig? Hello. It's good to see you. A condition suffered chiefly by bozos. Oh, bozoitis. Bositis. We're somewhere here. And we want to cross to here. There's a fucking path. Are you serious? Are you supposed to fucking take the path? Because the game's like, why would anyone want to go off the path in an open world experience? My name's Daniel Vav. I need to get his name right. I can't insult him if I don't know his name. Daniel Vavra. Co-founder of Warhorse Controversy. Vavra. Is that how you say Vavra? Vavra. That's what I'm gonna keep saying. I'm hoping that's correct. I'm really sorry for the Czech language. Cause oh shit. Don't get stuck, Henry. Daniel Vavra. Vavra! That's what I'm gonna say every single time. Even though, like, there's probably other people that worked for him that, like, were responsible for some of these things. But,
with a little, like,
in my case, I do not have much hard drive space. It's true. Oh, also, the captions are still not working. I'm really, really sorry. It says that it's doing something. I've enabled it multiple times. I've put the thing in, I fixed it, I overwrote it. There's no captions. My deepest apologies, because access is something that's so important to me, and we've not had it for a week either, which I had no idea about. I just can't seem to get captions right now. I need to spend more time on it, but I also need to move house, and I don't know how long it will take to fix, so that's something I need to figure out. So again, I'm so sorry that there's no captions. I feel as though I have failed. But I don't know if it's an issue of Google or what. I see the 3 chickens I punched in a single punch are still here. Is this the bathhouse? Can I stay here? I know I keep knocking you ladies out, but I promise it's just because you're the first people. Damn it, it's doing the thing with the faces again. I thought I modded that out. Will you talk to me?
Clear off. I don't want to talk to you.
There's no need for that. You want 140 groschen? Okay, never mind then. Never mind. Because I could probably get that much groschen from you from knocking you out anyway, so I guess... Wait, no, I can just go in and sleep there. I just remembered. That's a thing. No, this one. Remember to bathe every now and again. Do you think that... Do you think that will affect their opinion of me knocking them out and stealing their money repeatedly? They really don't like crime in this game either. Like it feels weirdly somehow more aggressive than Skyrim, where every single person goes to kill you if you steal like a single apple. Where's this bed? Paid baths are better. People like fragrant boys more. Well, they won't let me use it. Where's the bed? I'm sure there was a bed in here. Is it upstairs? Oh, hey. You can go back to sleep. That's okay. This feels weird. There we go. Oh, bandage. Potions. Door key. Bunch of groschen. Some spirits, which apparently I'll need. Perfect. And then I can just unlock this and take even more groschen off you. Can I sleep in this? Yeah. Oh wait, you have to own the bed to save, don't you? I mean, to be fair, I mostly just want to sleep, so it'll go to daytime. So there we go. And they don't stab me in my sleep for... Oh, uh-oh. I think maybe they do, because it's just...
Jesus!
Yes?
Are you deaf?
All you said was Jesus.
Something. My God! Over there!
Okay, well, never mind then. So Henry got like 20 minutes of sleep there, I guess. Fine. I'll go to my house then, I guess. And it's not really my house. Can he just start having his own bath? Is there something we can do? This is a private area. Can we just like get in the bath? That's not something we can do. There's a lot of things you can't do in this game, I'm noticing. Like I can't see, but that's because I don't have a torch. There we go. Much better. If someone puts me in a chokehold, I would prefer they smell nice. I mean, he smells as nice as he looks, I guess. Yeah, no, that's usually the first start, right? Like, everyone has a shower or whatever. Can we punch multiple chickens at the same time? Can we get 4 chickens at the same time? Can I herd them into a corner? Yes. Come on, chickens. Come on, chickens. Nah, it's not working. We'll get another try. I feel like I could herd a chicken. Like if I had loads of free time, I could just keep herding the chicken like this all the way, like all the way up the hill. I'm not gonna do that because I would hate to do that. She thinks I'm Jesus. There literally is a mod that changes every written word that says God or Jesus to Henry. But it doesn't change any voice lines, unfortunately. Which I think they should just, you know, I think they should do that. Oops, sorry, I stopped paying attention for 1 second and Henry walked into a wall. Let's start picking some stuff. Let's start picking dandelions and nettles with our. I mean, we have gloves now, so it's not with our bare hands. I don't know where the light's coming. You see when he ducks down like this? I'm not exactly sure where the light's coming from. Is this pickable? I know there's alchemy in this game. I would really like to make loads of sleep potions. Is there a way to access alchemy without getting into that city is the thing? Or maybe I can sneak in, presumably learn alchemy, and then make sleep potions and just bonk every single guard with a sleep potion. Oh, I got a herbalism level. Local streamer begins destroying wildlife to make way for human allies. To be honest, I think I am on their side, right? Because they've been so demonized, and yet all of the soldiers that everyone else has are for some reason not evil, but these ones are evil. Even though most of them would be, it's fucking feudalism. They would be fighting each other at a moment's notice anyway if they thought they could, you know, obtain land off each other. That's how feudalism works. Within the system there is fighting, so you know, I mean that's kind of what's happening anyway. The humans are just mercenaries, but for some reason the game is like everyone's like, oh, the humans are so evil, not the guy that paid them to be evil, who's the mastermind behind it. Their soldiers are so much more evil than our soldiers. I heard they flay people alive. It's like, you're in medieval Europe. You're the ones doing the flaying. If anything, they probably do less flaying. To be fair, they would have opinions like that. So that's not necessarily the game's fault, but it is a little bit the game's fault. Because like I say, it did whitewash it. So all of the good side are all white people, which is not historically accurate in the slightest. Is this where I live? Is this near where I live? I don't know. It's really hard to tell in the dark. Oh god, I thought the dog was dead. It's so hard to tell in the dark. So I did another mod I saw a lot of was remove dogs, or make dogs not bark at you, or make dogs not work, or like dogs do no damage. People really didn't. Oh wait, can we get fish out of this? Hell yeah. steal their fish. Yeah, excellent. Well, I think it just considers that fishing, right? Because it didn't say rob. So how do you rob a fish? I mean, I guess, I mean, physically you can do that because that's a whole thing, but, what's something that's considered stealing that doesn't make sense? I mean, quite a lot of stealing, to be honest. I think about how, like, they're putting GPS trackers on the meat in supermarkets, and I'm like, you understand why people are stealing meat, right? It's because they can't afford to. Fuck, I need to steal some fucking meat. When was the last time I ate meat? I'm taking the remainder of some old B12 tablets from when I was vegan, because I'm like, I'm probably not getting enough nutrients. I need to steal meat. Fucking smash the GPS tracker on it. Like, very, very, very obviously. Like, if it was my job to put GPS trackers on meat, I would be like, this is a kind of a violent thing to do, right? This is kind of an awful thing to do. Like, maybe we should put aside some of the meat to give for free. Dogs grass you up. Yeah, that's, I got the impression of that. But, people seem to find me easily enough anyway. There's so many flowers here. Someone delicately planted all of these, and I'm taking them all. St. John's Wort, I remember, is always the thing that loads of fucking homeopathy kind of fans end up taking it, and it like interacts so badly with like medicines, and it can cause so many issues. I think it does do something, like it may have a medicinal property, but like it's not, we've got better stuff, it's not worth it. So they always, anytime people go to the hospital and they have even an inkling that a person's into alternative medicine, which is to say not medicine, as in has no medicinal value, they always have to ask them if they've had any St. John's wort, because otherwise they might get fucked up and die or whatever. And then, if, you know, of course, if they did die, they'd be like, oh, it's the hospital's fault that I was taking St. John's wort, which it's not advisable. Unless there's some secret thing that it does that I don't know about, like it stops seizures or something, like with weed. Oh, I was like, fireflies! And like, no, that's just fire. People hear the barking, investigate. Padlocking the bins behind the supermarket so starving people can't get in. It's not violence, but breaking that padlock is violence. The very nuanced. Yeah, my understanding of violence. So much of my, I guess, more modern anarchist thoughts came specifically from loads of like Black Lives Matter activists, and one of the points that was made, and this is the same thing that was being said. You know, it's been said for a long time, this is stuff that Black Panthers were saying, is destroying someone, right? Causing poverty on a person, shortening their life, is a violent thing to do, right? And I was like, oh, that opens out so many, like, there's such a way of thinking about so many things that's opened up to me now that I've realized that, you know, so poverty, inflicting poverty especially, it's very clearly violence. Poisoning. What's the thing like in America where they were like putting bleach on the donuts or whatever that they were throwing out? And the only reason they were throwing out is because they didn't sell them, but they still made them. They still expended money. They still, you know, there's so many things that happened to get that to exist. Like it's not even like someone's running some kind of scam where they're like, oh, I made too many donuts so that I could get free donuts at the end. It's not, there's not even a fucking whiff of that happening yet. And they're already like, oh no, we have to fuck these up. Capitalism is violence. Especially when you think like, this idea that not only that it's good to make money, but it's good to make things cost money. And even within our own lifetime, we've seen things that were free become services we had to pay for. Like, if something costs money, there will be a class of people who will never access it, ever, in their entire life. And that includes everything. People will starve to death because they can't afford food. Although it's usually a bit more complicated than that, right? Like, I frequently can't afford food. I'm not starving to death. I have dropped in weight quite significantly, though, which I'm not so worried about until I start getting all bony. But I don't think there's any risk of me getting bony. It's not as bad as that. I'm supposed to get money. Not money. I was supposed to get stuff from the food bank. But I have this weird feeling that they figured out I was trans. Because they gave me, like, tampons and stuff, and I was like, okay, thanks. And then I think they were asked to bring me more stuff and they didn't, and I'm like, okay, I see. I think I see what's going on here. Oh, yeah, no, we can pick that thistle. I keep missing all these thistles. It's weird that they're 2D. Ian Byrne, my local MP, got the big Tesco to stop prosecuting shoplifters taking essentials. Tried to get it rolled out nationwide. Sounds like a cool person. Also sounds quite Liverpool, right? both poverty and also I would say a more compassionate understanding of poverty. State believes it has an outright monopoly on legitimate violence. That's how ultimately that's how it exists. It said this is the border here, and someone says no, and they kill that person. or beat them up or put them in jail. Labour tried to deselect him. Fucking. I feel like I do feel at first I heard people say that like, oh, Keir Starmer's like a CIA plant, or not CIA or whatever plant or whatever, and I don't think it's necessarily that, but it does seem like he's in it to just pull the thing apart to create a persistent Tory rule forever, when Tories have like never been so unpopular except for maybe under Margaret Thatcher, and even then I'm seeing stuff that I'm like, quite regularly now I'm seeing graffiti that calls for the calls for violent actions against, you know, like Tories or rich people or whatever, and that sort of is a little shocking to me actually. You know, that people not only feel that strongly, of course we all feel that strongly, but also risking their neck to paint it somewhere, right? Like that's how serious people feel about that. They do not rule by popular majority at all. The fact that voting is not even a holiday means that anybody who's working, you know, anybody that doesn't have control of the schedule, as people working like a full week or whatever, or like shift work or anything like that, they don't get to vote. I can't, I can't, whenever anyone's talking about like, oh, all these people that choose not to vote, no, they physically cannot vote. Right, they've been disenfranchised in such a serious way. Like they will lose their jobs if they go to vote because they have to work. Because there are some jobs where there always has to be someone on shift, and they can't do that because they're on shift. That's a big portion of people, right? And you know, and then there's also loads of other stuff like in Denmark. There's this thing. Because Denmark's socialism is, so long as you're white, is a lot better than ours. There seems to be genuine like attempts to keep it and protect it and stuff like that. Also, just a side note, I'm really glad I found that I can pick flowers now, because I think that's going to get me loads of XP, and if I get XP, maybe I can get strong enough to get past those guards. So we're going to keep picking thistles here. Yeah, there we go. The, what was I saying? I shouldn't have done a side note, because now I don't remember what the main note was. Does anyone remember what I was saying? Because I don't. Help me get back onto my point. Sorry, I was like, flowers! I love flowers! Denmark! Oh yeah, so Denmark has a thing where like, it's the state's responsibility to get people to vote. Like, they try really, really hard. I think they have like an 80% voter turnout rate or something, like, which is considered very high. If people can't physically access the polls because they're disabled or whatever, they gotta basically like wheel them there or whatever, right? We don't have any kind of system like that at all. Because the UK, not just as a state, but also kind of as a culture, hates disability so much that the UN regularly has to tell us, hey, listen, can you stop being so fucking eugenic? Because it's really bad. And it's weird because, like, you know, I know that, and yet hearing that the UN says that, I go, oh, because I think about things like benefits and stuff, and there's so much deliberate negativity to get us to think that benefits are somehow a drain on society, because that's not how it fucking works. If you know the fucking simplest thing about economics, you'll know that poor people who are given money will immediately spend it. That is the most rapid fucking economic growth that you can get. We should be pouring money into poor people all the time, even if we just for capitalist reasons, for a healthy economy, right? But ultimately the gain of the thing about capitalists is not economy. It's not about a healthy economy. It's about a very unhealthy economy. It's about control. That's the reason they're into it, because we've fucking absolute nonsense that we're like, oh yeah, no, let's base our society on on making everything impossible to get hold of unless you have these magic shiny coins, which we're not going to distribute equally, and we're going to pretend that we do base them on labor, but we're not going to do that either. We're just ultimately going to base it on who's related to aristocracy. Not going to get strong enough without progressing in the game. There's techniques that you're basically locked out of without doing some early game stuff. If I keep leveling up my main level, I can get perks, right? Hang on. Let me... What's the button? I don't... What's the... Why don't let me get into my inventory? No, don't sleep. Was it I? Why isn't I working? C, X. No, C. V. Do I have to put my torch... I can't put my torch away. Okay, I is not working. I guess we're just locked into picking flowers forever. Why is that not working? Have I changed it somehow in the controls? Is it because my... No, control is not plugged in. Controls. Inventory. Open inventory. I. Oh. I. Confirm. I'm pressing I. Why is that not working? Taki, this game's broken. Help. What if I change it to a different layer? Hi, Luna Sky. Good to see you. We're in this broken game. Why do people love this game so much? I'm starting to not understand anymore. Let's just change it temporarily to O. And see if that helps. Is it? Nope. Okie dokie then. I just can't open my inventory for some reason. I didn't do anything to... I didn't mod anything with that. Change it back to I. There we go. I just can't do that, I guess. I can run, I can jump. Help. I did look at every single mod that was in... I'm just going to keep picking flowers until the daytime, and then we'll see if we can open a box or something, and then that can be the way I open my inventory, I guess. Hey Ali709, good to see you. I saw you in some other streams as well. I'm realizing that's how you found out about this stream. There were a lot of mods that were like make Teresa less ugly, change Teresa's clothes. There was one that I felt particularly bad about that was just like make every female character naked all the time, and I was like, come on, like there's something so, I almost want to say childish about that, you know, like, come on. Whoa, what if every female character who all have the same builds and inability to really impact the story that much because they're all props because the fucking co-founder of the company is a big Gamergate man. What if they're all naked and they also look all the same? Or there was one that was like make everyone in the bathhouse naked, or I think there was something that was like, this is an accompaniment mod for something where Henry can be topless, and sometimes his head doesn't clip properly with it, so this is a fix. But I never saw any Henry topless mod. I would be adding a Henry topless mod. I think that would be fine, because it's kind of weird how you can't, you know, we don't need to see his doll or whatever, but like at least like take his shirt off. People did take shirts off. It was a thing that happened. Like the Sims nudity mod. Yeah, I do remember in this... I mean, I said it was childish, but then when I played The Sims, I did find that in some circumstances, the move objects on whilst people were in the shower meant that you could actually pull the person out of the shower and you could just see what the character model looked like. But that wasn't like, ooh, enticing. It was mostly I was just curious. You don't need to see Song speak of the rest of us. I mean, he's attractive, because he is also a real actor. I don't know if he's... I assume the voice is the same as the thing, right? But the game's translated. So did they have a English-speaking actor? Or maybe it's two different people. I don't know. Because in the Czechy, how do you say that? How would you say that? Would you say Czech? In the Czech version of the game, he has quite a low voice, and I'm like, that's strange. But maybe it's just one of these things that like if you ever watch anime with subs instead of dubs, quite often characters have different tones of voice than what you would expect, and I'm like, is that like a cultural thing, or are they just interesting characters or whatever? Probably didn't get mocap on his crank. Has a penis ever been motion captured? Like, ever? And I don't mean like we've got 50 cameras in all directions. Actually, I know someone who I know a sex worker. I have a new friend who's a sex worker, and I've seen some of the promotional images that they do for their work, and it seems really fucking high end. Like genuinely artistic stuff, and it's not even like what I didn't even see that much nudity. I assume there's nudity later, but you obviously got to pay for that, and I don't have any money. But I am curious, just in a sort of performing sense. So I feel like I'll ask them, because maybe they know if anyone's ever mocapped a dong before. It said there was a flower here. Dandel. Okay, it was a different flower. Dodie Cumberbatch, any ideas? Does he like being mocapped? Still can't open my inventory. Can I not open my inventory because I've picked so many flowers? Is that what's going on here? They used Michael Fassbender mocap to create a perfectly to scale anaconda. No, they didn't. I mean, I would like to know if that's true, but they absolutely didn't. Is he? I have heard this before, actually. There is something that when you see people who are like a little like sort of broad in a sense, which like Michael Fassbender is, you can kind of expect it, I guess. You're right, they didn't use his penis to animate a big snake. I assumed you meant anaconda as in Baby Got Back. I assumed that was what you meant when you said anaconda. Oh, it's raining. Will that let me open my inventory? Nope. I mean, I can open the map, right? I can't open the map. Okay, we're gonna save and quit and then open the game again, because apparently I've got some sort of bug in which I can't do any of the normal interactions like opening the map or opening the inventory. What do you think's caused that? Do you think removing the disembodied bark? Although I did hear a bark then. I don't know if that was a disembodied bark. You think it's the eyes? You think it was the bush collision remover? Oh good, my monitor's broke as well. It's doing the fucking sound it makes all the time. I really wish I could buy the new monitor. Even though we'll probably be using this at the same time anyway. He did this film called Shame where he's a sex addict. You see a lot of him doing that. Is that the... He's done a few things like that, although I think most of what I've heard has been from that film. Back to the Bush. No, not Back to the Bush. Because it saves on exit, so I'll be out in the fields. I'll still have all my plants, don't worry. He does a piss out his knob. That's got to be a first to mainstream film. Yeah, I might be right, honestly. Because they don't even want to see a toilet in a film. And not that I'm like crying out for a toilet, but like if it makes sense for the film, why censor it, you know? If it makes you feel uncomfortable, like that's something you can use directorially. Makes me feel uncomfortable when someone gets fucking ripped into pieces, and that's fine, I guess, because we consider violence to be this like agent action, but pissing, something we all do every day. I literally was looking up the British film thing, what's it called, the BBFC, their rating system. Me and my younger sister have a lot of chats about what's considered appropriate and how censorship works and TV and film and how like things have changed. Like fuck has gone way down in ratings. But like breasts have gone way up. They've become more obscene as far as ratings are concerned. Oh, I should have opened my inventory first, shouldn't I? Hey, we can open our inventory. It was just a case of resetting the game. So we got 33 dandelions. Hang on. 3 comfreys, 33 dandelions. I don't remember dog. Oh, the dog skin I accidentally stole when I was stealing the bandages. 27 nettles, 25 St. John's wort, 113 thistles. So what's it done with herbalism now that it's leveled up? What's flower power? Or do I just have that? Oh, okay. If you've got enough fragrant herbs in your inventory, you get a +2 charisma bonus. Ooh. Horse snip. If your horse has enough fragrant herbs in its saddlebag, it will shy less. I like this one. I wanna get that. Let's learn that. What about these other future ones? Herby cells have higher prices. Herb picking activity will add experience to your strength. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! No, that's huge because then we can get the knockout perk. Okay, I've figured out how Henry's gonna progress now. We're gonna fucking pick herbs until he gets to level 10 herbalist, and then he's gonna pick some more until his strength level gets high enough. See, Taki, this is the secret strat. I just needed something that would give me experience. Pedro Almodovar's big ondong and ass in film. I remember everybody saying that, forgetting Sarah Jane Marshall, or whatever that film's called, they were saying that was the first film with full frontal nudity, but it's not true. There's like loads of films before that. Many of them banned, which I think is maybe why they don't count that. And then there's also is it Pussy Galore or is it Fingy Divine? No, Pussy Galore is a different person. The drag queen Somebody Divine is in this ridiculous film where they at some point have her eating fake puke or something like that, or fake dog shit or something, and everyone was like, did you really eat dog shit? And they were like, I'll never tell. And I'm like, there's no way, but maybe, because also they're very intense a person. From John Waters' film, yeah, that might be it. Gotta be female trouble. I love that everybody knows all of the references to stuff, because it makes me feel smart, because I vaguely know them. I say them, and then everyone says the name. To be fair, I don't remember the name of anything, which I'm learning is an ADHD trait, which I'm 99% sure I have. So that's my excuse. I forget people's names. Charisma bonuses are offset if people remember you assaulting them. You say offset, but like, by how much is it offset? Like, if you're the most, if Henry is the most charismatic person in Bohemia, do you think they'll be okay with it? Ooh, a poppy. You have to credit Drag Race for knowing all these kinds of references. I mean, it's better to get them from somewhere else. This is my whole like thing with Drag Race, is that obviously RuPaul sucks and is probably a bad person, even, I would go so far as to say. But because drag queens are not automatically bad people, in fact I would say the vast majority of them are some of the best people in the planet, if we're rating people. Just the fact that they're able to have any space at all is such a huge difference. Like, there's loads of things, there's loads of subjects that have been talked about on that show as a result. You know, there's people who've realized that they were non-binary by watching that show because it was the only place where that was ever spoken about, right? I most of the stuff I ever found out about being trans was because someone suggested I go on Tumblr. And like, you know, and the thing is, like, I still don't know everything about being trans, because you really have to fucking search for the information. and like put bits and pieces together. I have this feeling like it's not just cis people. Also, like it's very much the other example I will give is white people when learning about racism. There does become this point where people of whatever oppressor class, I guess I'll call it, where they'll learn kind of a little bit about racism, or they'll learn kind of a little bit about transphobia, and they'll go, oh, I know enough, and they'll just kind of like settle. And I'm just like, no, this is an ongoing process. You must be constantly seeking out minority opinions that you would not, you know, you need to really fucking get into the cracks of society and talk to people who are going to tell you stuff that will change your worldview completely. You know, it's an ongoing thing you got to do all the time. But it's hard to find. You have to become a little fucking fighter for information. You have to almost like become a historian. T-list, RuPaul, Ron-Paul, Rand-Paul. They're all bad, right? I don't know anything about Rand-Paul. Is Rand-Paul the guy who's in Ant-Man? Ron-Paul is the libertarian who was like anti-abortion and loads, and I think anti-queer rights as well, but was pro-weed, so every fucking Redditor was like, oh, I love this guy. I love this third-party candidate. He's totally gonna work in an election that has Obama in it. And like, Obama has loads of war crimes, but also positive qualities too, if as a president. Was he the best president? Jimmy Carter was pretty good, right? But I don't really know that much about Jimmy Carter. But people seem to like it. Paul Rudd is Ant-Man. So it was the Paul that I saw. Rand Paul is Ron Paul's son. Is he worse? Is he even more anti-abortion? Does he think that like at the moment of insemination that they need to just kill the mother and like take the thing and put it in a like, I don't know. I'm trying to think what would be the most ridiculous like anti-abortion thing possible. I mean, they get very bad, right? They say stuff that's so bad that it's basically unrepeatable. Flowers. I've become obsessed with picking flowers now. I'm literally looking at every flower to see if I can pick it. Jimmy Carter was the most definitely not good if you were living in Timor Leste. Is that the place where East Timor is from? I mean, well, this is the thing. You know, rulership is bad. Every president has committed a war crime. And then, actually, this is another thing. When someone's like a famous person or a figure or something, and they got a reputation for being a nice person, that's usually when there's something awry. It's almost why I'm like, well, Jeremy Corbyn must be pretty good, because the opinion they managed to make of that is that he wasn't. He's still not perfect. It's like everybody was like super into what's his face that's in all the Wes Anderson movies. I can't remember the name of him. Bill Murray. Everyone was like, whoa, Bill Murray's so cool. He showed up to my party or whatever. But like, I seem to vaguely remember hearing other stuff of like Bill Murray was like not cool, and I was like, oh, okay, so it's a PR team thing, you know, try and make him seem like a cool guy. I don't quote me on this, but I got the impression it was like he assaulted someone or something like that. Like, I don't remember that for accurate, so I can't say for sure. But that was what I feel like I remember hearing. Watch me be completely wrong. I'll be saying the wrong person or something. I think he's probably fine, but I am a little suspicious about how much PR I see about Matrix Boy. Especially if I ever see it on, if Reddit's like really into someone, like he's just a cool guy, like Elon Musk. They were really into him. They're probably less into him nowadays, I imagine. I don't really spend enough time on Reddit. There was a very short time where I actually did sort of kind of look at whatever was on the front page, but I almost came into Reddit through Imager because Imager became like the favored upload thing, and then eventually became their official image upload system, which was really unfortunate because Imager used to be quite a sort of queer friendly place, but Reddit overall is atrocious. There's pockets of Reddit that are good, and the general sort of front page or whatever is probably you know, but most of Reddit's population are men, more so than any other website of that size. And boy, do they have some opinions about women. So Imager instantly, overnight, became this place of, like, Trump supporting stuff and, like, you know, anti-queer stuff and, like, anti-women stuff. Keanu, yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, I'm sure he's probably fine, maybe. But I get suspicious when they're like, oh, Keanu's just such a nice guy. He's just so good and nice. I'm like, Bill Murray's always been a bit of loose cannon. Dan Aykroyd used to call him the Murricane because he'd go off. I think he is both fun and impulsive and someone who's been heavily depressed at certain points and oscillate wildly. Okay, that's different to what I thought I heard. Because I remember someone objecting to Bill Murray really strongly, but I don't really remember much more than that. I'm actually really enjoying just picking flowers. I love flowers. I more and more, I always liked growing stuff, and I think my family recognized that it was a good idea to give me something to focus on, right? Probably as some sort of control mechanism, but no, they would give me plants to look after, and it's gotten to the point where, like, most basic house plants, I can probably figure out how to look after them. Probably, if they're struggling, I can bring them back to life. I thought there was a Me Too thing about him. Yeah, no, that's the impression I got. I just don't remember any specifics. Big argument with Lucy Liu. Fist fight with Chevy Chase. Has a checkered past. Well, anyone that's mean to Lucy Liu probably is in the wrong. I think also just like, you know, if you're having fights, like, it's so difficult for Asian Americans to even get roles in Hollywood because, you know, within living memory, they were being put in concentration camps in America, right? But it's persistently, it's very much a thing in Hollywood. So I'm like, if you're having a fight with any Asian Americans or Asian people in America, just automatically, you're fucking in the wrong. Like, stop. That's a thing. Again, I use racism as an example because it's there's so much racism. But I don't experience it, so I would never want to seem like I'm trying to say that I know everything about it. I can only ever know so much about it, really. Especially versus someone that genuinely experiences it. But sometimes it's similar to transphobia, and bigotries are all really kind of the same in some senses. But it's kind of like the common way that lots of people are taught to regard racism is always by the most overt bigotry. But the problem is because everybody kind of gets trained to ignore the small stuff, what actually ends up happening is when something overt actually happens, people just behave the same way and they go, oh, were you sure that was racist or transphobic or whatever? But like, if you have a friend, for example, and your friend keeps getting into fights with trans people over stuff that's got nothing to do with being trans, but this is like a consistent pattern for them, that person is a transphobe, right? Even if they've not said anything, you know, bigoted or whatever, maybe they've got trans friends or whatever, but if they keep consistently doing that, right? This is a way I was taught to look at these things of like, if you're constantly doing something like that, it can't just be a coincidence. You've got to train yourself to give people the benefit of the doubt if they're like marginalized or minority or something, right? Like more often than you normally would. You got to be really generous with your time and stuff, because you know it's to anybody. I say a racist, but like anybody's kind of capable. Any white person is capable of racism and probably is doing something without realizing it anyway. So like, you may think there's something super reasonable Or again, like, you may think that you're super reasonable. Like a lot of people on Twitch, they may think it's super reasonable that they keep finding reasons to fight me. because it's like I'm a super unreasonable person, right? You know? To them that makes sense, because they're like, well, I have this reason to say that Rosie's bad, and then 7 other people have also said that, therefore that must be the truth. And they sort of look internally and go, you know, because it's like, well, I didn't call her a slayer, or I you know, I'm not trying to relate this about me. I'm just trying to sort of use my experience to sort of make the point there. Yeah, just be nice to people. I don't think anybody here has that issue, except for me. I don't think anybody here really has that issue. But it's good to talk about things. Something that I found a lot as an adult is it's really good to reaffirm things that you already know. It's good to question things, even your most like closely held belief. Like, for example, I am sure that generosity is a good thing to people, right? But it's still good to question that and go like, well, why is it good? Because not everybody has the same opportunity, because it's a nice thing to do. You know, reaffirming stuff that you already know actually is a very intellectually, philosophically healthy thing to do, I think. And it's amazing how often sort of being open to that kind of idea, it was amazing how often I found myself being almost like flawed is maybe the wrong way, like really rocked by relearning something that I already knew. By seeing it from another place and being like, oh wow, you know, obviously I know the sky is blue, but I'm really seeing that the sky is blue right now, you know? And also that's like how the brain works as well. Like, it is a muscle. If you keep thinking certain things, it will reinforce them. The Socratic method is valuable. Is that what I'm doing? Is that the Socratic method? Of question everything. I'm so smart. No, I think it's cultural osmosis, right? Like, I have learned how to do like good practices because other people have and they are doing them, kind of thing. Have I read any have I really read any philosophy? I mean, kind of vaguely. I like read about philosophy. But then I also have a philosophy of not necessarily sticking too heavily to a philosophy, which I've also found very useful. Right, where have we ended up? Charcoal burners. I think this is where I feel like this is close to where we were when we crossed the river and then found that we couldn't actually walk there. Do you think they'll talk to me or they'll be angry? Oh, I can pickpocket. Okay, let's go. Yeah! I have no idea what I took. And then they immediately noticed me. I didn't even look at what I took. What did I get? I didn't even see it. I was too busy trying not to get caught. Basically just having a dialogue to stimulate critical thinking and healthy skepticism towards established norms. Hey! I love that stuff. Socrates' approved approach to mods. Yeah! We had lots of conversations about it. And then we defied a norm. It looked like a dagger. Probably was a dagger. The thing about the pickpocket system that's a bit weird to me though is you can just knock people you could just knock people out, right? So like, what's the point of pickpocketing? I suppose they're gonna see people in front of them are gonna see them get knocked out that won't necessarily see them get pickpocketed, maybe. Marigolds. That's a name I could maybe go with if I was not gonna go for rosemary. Marigold. It seems sweet. Dee dee dee. Dee dee dee. I like the sounds like that, especially because they're flowers. I'm realizing, I think in the last few weeks maybe, because all the flowers are out and I'm taking pictures of them like I put in Discord and stuff, of like, wait, no, I really like flowers. I just love the vibrancy of them. I mean, I like plants in general, but it's bringing me a lot of happiness. And I think before there was maybe this feeling like, oh, I need a fancy digital camera or whatever, and it's like, no, I just take them on my phone. It's nice. I took a lot of pictures when I was in the fucking eternal lockdown that I was in. It didn't need to be that way. Because I never got COVID. I could have just tested, known that I didn't have COVID, and then, you know, gone to certain events. Although I did see a thing that was like, even testing doesn't necessarily show you because you might not have symptoms yet. But there's loads of pictures that I took that were just out my bedroom window at like different weathers as well. So like fog and snow and rain and like sun and night and stuff like that. And I kind of want to put those together as like some sort of album. It would be nice to print them out, but the thing is, the quality of them is not going to be that great. So actually, oh shit, maybe that's a thing. Like imagine if it was a gallery thing and I printed them out on the size of the pixels that they would be. Maybe even on the size of the phone. Holy shit. Oh, I'm a genius. I need to do that. And it's just a piece about, you know, how fucking miserable it was. Yeah! You'd hate having to pick a new name. I imagine that you are cis, Tarky, when you say that. I don't think we've ever spoke about it, but it's my assumption is. No, I hated my name. I especially hated how much. I think because of having ADHD and whatever, almost every time people said my name, it was to tell me off. First of all, also my name sucked, and like people would misspell my last name even though it wasn't really that complicated. Oh, I feel kind of hungry. See some bread. Can we like apply, oh, I was like, can we apply flowers to my food and like knock me out? We're probably carrying too much now actually, because I do see that I'm over the carry weight. I'm lost. I don't know where I am actually. I need to figure out how to get back. I think it's this way. Because I need to get to the mill. Because not only is there a bed there, there's also a chest. Yes, but I was specifically referring to how daunting it would be to change your new name if you're trans. You know, actually, probably the easiest part. You can find free deed polls and you print it out. And you get 2 people to basically sign that yes, you're changing your name, and then you just send that to every single place that has your dead name. Or it didn't even have to be a dead name, you can just change your name like that. It's a legal document, right? And they have to abide by that. I don't know if you can get them into trouble for not doing it, but every place I've done that, it's been fine. The one thing, if anything, the thing that sucks is changing gender markers, because I don't think you can actually do that on a passport, which is barbaric that you can't do that. Not that I think civilization is all that, but you know, it's just another mean sort of like petty way to cause issues for us. I think the pressure would consume you, but maybe the relief would offset it. I mean, it's so nice. It does suck. There's a couple of places that, you know, I'm like, oh shit, I need to send them a deed poll because I haven't yet, because they're still calling me. I almost said it then, and I don't want anyone to know it. That's the point of it being dead. I would hate. People have dead named me in this chat before, so maybe some people have seen that, but I really hope that they forget that and don't remember that, because it will only bring misery. Because I will bring misery to them. Yeah, no, there's a couple of times, and it does suck, and I don't like seeing it. Which at first I wasn't didn't really feel so strongly about that. But like as time went on, it's like worse. But then I also feel like I don't know if it's just a case of like, oh, I've accepted I'm trans and I'm transitioning and so I'm doing all this stuff now. But the dysphoria about certain things has gotten stronger, especially like, but maybe they've always been that strong. I don't know. Maybe I always felt dysphoric about my name. There's loads of things. There's a lot of things where I'm realizing my discomfort about something was dysphoria without actually knowing what it is. And it's not, no, people always talk about it as like a body thing, but like there's loads of, you know, the way that you're regarded socially and stuff like that obviously is going to be dysphoric and stuff. Now the admin is one part of it. I wouldn't like the weight of having to pick a name. Same reason I don't want a tattoo. You think to come to resent myself and make a choice. So I'm really bad at coming up with names. I've actually gotten better at it, I guess, over time because I recognized I was bad at it, so I tried really hard. So to me, I needed the name to have absolute significance. I needed it to be something that brought me happiness. And like just pulling little bits of rosemary out of people's gardens and smelling it is something I would do all the time, and it would just bring me so much joy. And it would always pick me up. But I did also notice that in a lot of situations, I was almost like accidentally calling myself Rosie. There was like a username I made for something that wasn't Rosie, but it kind of looked like Rosie. There was one time when I didn't realize what I was doing was trying out a different gender when I made a female character in the game, and I called them Rosie. Because I was just trying to roleplay it as like, well, this is an old medieval thing, so like, what's an old English name? And then Hughes just fits in because it's like Hughes of Rosemary Hughes. It's sort of, you know, it's almost like, it's not exactly like a drag name, but there's still that kind of playfulness with it. But Hughes is after Margaret Hughes, who is the first woman to get recognized as an actor in English theatre. And it seems like the reason why that happened is because there was this sort of like growing discontentment at the idea of having male or actually male actors play female parts. They were like, I don't know about this. So Margaret Hughes, who was I think an aristocrat, but she was 16, which is interesting because this is around about the time I started acting as well. So I was like, first, you know, fuck my fucking family's last name. Fuck them all, honestly. Anything that's, you know, anything that's demanded because we're related is bullshit. The connections that I keep are based on, like, kindness and decency and stuff, not because I have to. So it's also, but also like, no one ever speaks about Margaret Hughes, ever. Everyone's talking about Shakespeare. Everyone's always talking about men in theatre. I like theatre. And also, there's kind of a subversion of it as well, because I'm trans, and it seems like it was maybe like an anti-queer thing to get her in the first place. So I want to both honour her for being the first woman in English theatre, but also, I say the first woman, there probably were women before that, you know? But that's the only one that I can find. So it's both an honouring and a subversion at the same time. So like that's the level of significance that I got to before I was like, okay, that's the name. But that took me ages and ages. I didn't even know what I was doing for a long time. Like I was going by my dead name even as I was saying I was non-binary for quite a while. The admin part's easy. It's just, you just write your name down, print it out a bunch of times, or photocopy it. It is true I don't have any tattoos because I can't think of anything that I would want to have forever that would have the same significance. And there's even a thing of like, okay, so maybe like a big life event. But then it's like, well, what if the way that I think about that life event changes? I would maybe be into like pattern stuff. You know how people have like loads of flowers and stuff up their arms? Like, that would be really nice. It's just because it's colourful and it's nice to look at, you know. And the other thing is, it costs a bunch of money, which I have never had. I in some ways, I'm the wealthiest I've ever been, and I still can't afford groceries, so, you know. Your mum got a great deal of joy in changing her name when she came out as non-binary. You got a non-binary mum. That's why you're so cool. When people have queer parents, they're always a lot cooler, I've noticed. Silly Zashika, she said it was like a parental curse had been lifted. It does feel... I mean, changing my last name did sort of feel a bit like that, actually. Like I'm separated from this thing. Hi, Ariana. Really love your chosen name. It has some significance. That's fantastic. Yeah, my name brings me joy. People call me Rosie or Rose or even Rosemary or different permutations of Rosie. And like just even roses have a significance and they're interesting and they're beautiful. So I can be two plants at once. I love that. It brings me a lot of joy. Every trans person you see talk about the name seems to take comfort in it, the providence of it and the accompanying freedom, which is nice to see. I don't like hearing people say my name. Find it annoying, distracting when characters have an immediate even. Taki, maybe that's the most trans thing I've heard you say. But you don't have to be trans to want to change your name. But if you don't like it, if there's something making you uncomfortable in your life, there's no reason not to change it. Agency is a wonderful thing. I'd help you if you want. I mean, it will literally just be. Hang on. How do you? Where's the deed poll thing? Free deed poll online. Oh, it's literally freedeedpoll.org.uk. There you go. You fill that in, it does the whole thing. Medora Sobi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. We're talking about name changes. It's I think in America you have to actually like go to your like local court or something. As I said, changing it would give a rise to great annoyance. Well, you've got the option there. Transsexuality.org documents. What's that? How is life and peasantry related? So I put it as oh, that's for America. Well, there you go. That's fantastic. Thanks for linking that. I'll keep hold of that if American people ask me. So I put it on hardcore, even though it's my first playthrough. It did take me a while to get out of the first tutorial, the tutorial place, but it was really funny and fun to do so. I kind of had to like groundhog my way out. I got stuck that basically even if I turn myself in at Rate, I don't know why I'm saying Skeletons. Even if I turn myself in here, they will still beat me up and try and kill me. So I can't fucking get to the quest location. So I was like, I don't know what to do about this. So I've discovered that you can just keep picking plants and that you can get loads of XP. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna keep picking plants until I get the perk that means it can train your strength level. So I'm gonna make Henry really, really strong by picking flowers. But then we just started talking about flowers and my name, Rosemary, which is obviously a plant as well. Yeah, hardcore mode. See, the thing is, it said certain indicators were gone, right? There's like no health bar or whatever. But there's so many visual cues anyway that I was like, that's, you know, I've seen people play it before. And then it said it made some stuff like do more damage and you take more damage or whatever. And I was like, yeah, I'll just deal with that. Yeah, people kill me in like 2 hits. But then the thing is like, why am I getting into combat with them in the first place? Is this your favorite game? It's a few people's favorite games. I always have to say the co-founder of Warhorse Studios, Daniel Varvel, is a weirdo who whitewashed the game, and it seems like maybe did a few other decisions in the game. He's a piece of shit. But there are other people that worked on this game who seem very cool, and even like interact with like Twitch chat and stuff like that. They did advise him to not be a racist piece of shit, and he overwrote them, which is really unfortunate for them. But yeah, no, it seems like a good game, especially for like a first game of a studio, right? You know, you played the hardcore mode. Extremely happy to share some strats. If I get stuck, maybe, but I feel like I've unstuck myself with this secret thing. I mean, I haven't. Thank you for that. Did you also know we have unique sounds for 1, 2, 3, and 4 bits if you're interested. But yes, that's a great way to get a badge in a channel is just to give some bits. That's one of them. Thank you so much. Oh, he's really slowing down now. I should probably... Ah, shit. Hang on. I'm gonna have to drop something, aren't I? We dropped the trout. I don't care about the trout. Can I move a little faster? There we go. Or was I always moving this slowly? See, I'm addicted to picking the plants now. The collecting, fuck it. We'll just keep picking plants until we get back to... I think it's over in that way somewhere, I think. Not responsible if someone follows that with several loud singers. Everybody keeps doing it. I thought it would be funny. And it is. But not for me because it's so loud and it's annoying. But I won't get rid of it because commitment to the bit is so important to me. I believe in the power of pranking and all of those things. If I was to worship a god, it would be a trickster one, right? Loki's gender fluid, right? I should be into Loki. Come on, go faster, Henry. I know I can't sprint. He seems to go... He goes fast for a bit and then he goes slow. That's weird. Stop picking plants, Henry. With the arrest problem at Rattay, they only think of surrendering fast enough before they kill you. See, the issue is I did that, but then as soon as I got in the jail, they were like, alright, we're going to attack you. Or I would leave the jail and they would be like, alright, we're going to attack you. But they would kill me. And it would keep happening. So, my solution is to kill or knock them all out. Henry's only killed one person, and for some reason, as much as I want him to be a rat bastard who steals everything that's not nailed down, I don't want him to necessarily be a murderer. But maybe that's ultimately where he ends up with this. You know? Maybe he does just become an assassin. Maybe he does just kill every single guard. If you kill every guard, do they stop producing guards? Do they run out of guards? Much as you like your snowflake badge. What's the snowflake one for? It's like a winter event, isn't it? I was using the new Street Fighter badge for a while because it looks cool as a badge, and I am not necessarily a Street Fighter fan. I'm not anti-Street Fighter, but my partner is a big Street Fighter fan, so I felt like I was allowed to in some ways. Mostly no tutorial message in hardcore mode. I think I ticked it so they were on, because I've had a tutorial for basically everything I've come across, unless they're like really in depth and they're like, you picked a poppy, that's that could make a sleeping potion or something like that, unless it's like that. But at the moment it just seems there's not been any concepts that I've come across that I've not understood. But also I'm a cool gamer. Have gamer powers. They put a mouse in my hand when I was 4 years old. I feel like I was 4. I was maybe younger than that. When we had an Amiga. They're extremely in-depth mechanics. Well, I'm sure I'll get to them. I say with zero confidence. I'm sure I'll get to them. I mean, the whole thing with perks seems the whole thing. But I'm enjoying myself, as stuck as I am. I mean, we got progress now because I've figured out that I can level up with flowers. Even the tutorial page in the code. Oh yeah, there's codex, isn't there? What's foreigners? Since ancient times, a foreigner meant not only anyone who came from outside one's town or village and thus a potential enemy, but also any person without legal status. I mean, that's how it is now, right? For like refugees or whatever who under the Geneva Convention are allowed to live wherever they go, right? Saying that people are illegal migrants or whatever is a violation of international law. When they talk about, oh, they're illegal. No, you're the one breaking the law. Those are people with no status. But then I guess they also come from somewhere else. But then also they say that for people who are like fucking third, fourth generation, they're like, oh, you come from somewhere else, and it's like, where the fuck did your family come from? Because my family actually originates in France, as far as I know. So am I allowed to live in the UK? Because we're from outside, it seems. Real life is cool and gotta go. Well, it's nice to see you. Thank you for the chat. The long-term dino badges were rewarded. Oh yeah, that's the whole thing, isn't it? Godspeed on your journey, young Henry. Thank you. Is that an exclusive dinosaur? It's like a GIF. Twitch global emote, it says. Like, I've never seen that before. I do see that dino badge quite often though. I think it's just global. An animated GIF as global? GIFs are fairly new. Maybe they added it recently. Hi Gemix Core. Welcome to Henry the Herbalist. We got out of the rock. The mod that changes bush collision didn't actually help at all. I just happened to hit the physics in the right direction. And Henry was freed. Now we are picking flowers because I've discovered it's a great... You get XP from it. And I'm actually just really into it anyway. It's fun, I like it. I'm a little bit obsessed. This is my issue with Skyrim, is as soon as I realized you could pick all the flowers on the road, I had to pick them all, like, compulsively, almost. I don't think I have OCD. But occasionally, like very occasionally, I've done things that seemed sort of adjacent to OCD. But that I you know, it's not the same. Just because there's a compulsion to do it doesn't necessarily. OCD is like unhealthy, but that's what I mean. It's like it's not at that level. But then there's lots of like. You know, as an anxiety sufferer, I don't have any anxiety right now, to be honest. I think I had so much weed I like permanently changed my brain. Because honestly, there's so many things where I'm just like, oh, I can just approach this person and like it's not even an issue. It's probably got more to do with like transition and stuff like that. Taking a break from choking to collect flowers. Yeah, basically. Choking on flowers instead. Ooh, what's that? Little rainbow things. Digital anarchy. Yes. The internet has been good for its anarchicness. And I feel just generally, particularly with electronic technology. Although I imagine, you know, if you know how to make a good... Oh, actually... let me take a step back. It does seem like with electronic technology that there does seem to be, it's like almost easier for certain anarchic things to happen because hobbyists and stuff are always going to be ahead of like the state or whatever when it comes to things like that. So they're always going to be able to come up with something. It seems really kind of strange in a way that like capitalism is putting so many eggs into digital stuff, right, and internet stuff, because like ultimately that's not gonna really work out for them, right? Like, oh, I put all my money on this bank and it's like, oh great, you've made this very robbable now without me even leaving my house, you know? But then I was gonna say, you know, maybe it's always like an electronic thing, but then I remembered Shakespeare's group, the Chamberlain's Men, because they're all like proper like theatre hands, right? Like they all know how to pull things out and put things together because they're moving props around. They would often, if the landlords tried to raise the rent too much, would just rent a different plot of land that didn't have anything, pull the theatre apart and put it to like overnight and put it in a different location. And I'm like, that's a great act of anarchy there, I think. I would say. I'm getting so many messages right now. Is everyone okay? Oh, well, they might need a chat later. They'll be fine. Just checking on my best friend. It's nice. I don't live that far away from my best friend, and we've been best friends since before that was the case. It's just by complete coincidence the place I ended up moving to was near to them. So like I can go check on their house for like parcels and stuff like that. You've been able to track the positions of various conditions based on what people have accused me of over the years. OCD as a teen, ADHD in your 20s. Now people start asking if you're autistic. I mean, probably. If honestly, it does seem like it, even slightly if someone says you're autistic or something. Probably, honestly. Our understanding of autism is very, very narrow. Or like neurodivergence in general. Or like it's kind of weird that there's a threshold where we're like, yeah, that's autistic. But then it's like, I don't know. Your brain, I would say your brain's probably different to some other people's brains. You seem like a unique person. But then everyone's unique. I'm not a doctor. Anyone in the UK cold right now? I was really cold yesterday. Because it's been raining, it's been pretty cold. But apparently down in Bristol where Gamerfiend is, it's been really hot and I'm so jealous. I don't want summer to end. I don't want to go back to the cold. I really don't. It's not like a fear, but there is something there that I'm just really unhappy about the thought about it. I really don't want to get seasonal depression when I've been very seasonal happiness. What's the opposite of depression? Elation, I guess. I think if people observe anything unusual, they think this guy has some kind of condition. Yeah, but sometimes it's true. It's 40 centigrade here. Oh, I want it to be 40 centigrade. Apparently this has been the hottest summer ever. But last summer here in Sheffield, it became this like weird hotspot where we got to like 43 centigrade, when I think previously the record here was like 30 something. Which is getting really close to the heat of the Sahara Desert. But then, of course, the Sahara Desert's going to be even hotter. There is this issue in North and West Africa that it's getting to a heat of absolute uninhabitability. And it's not really being talked about because everyone's like, oh, it's just a hot continent, isn't it? And it's like, it's not. It's a set temperature. It's not supposed to raise beyond the set temperature just because it's hot to you. Doesn't mean that this isn't like dramatically bad. And I know it's very selfish of me to just be like, oh, like, I'm so glad it's 40 centigrade and it's, but I really do like the hot weather. And I really hate the cold weather now. My fan was on earlier today. This morning was warm actually. Oh yeah, first thing I should do is save. Sleep and save. Sleep for 1 hour. Although I think Henry might be tired. I'm not sure. For heat to cold a lot. When I was a little tyke, I used to prefer the cold. Cause I guess it was because it's like you get your nice coat on, and your mom sings a song about putting hats on, and I also, because I would just go, oh, I don't worry if I get cold, because I just go. And I get warm again, and literally that's what I would do. And everyone was like, "Okay, you weird child." No one ever called me a weird child, but I was a weird child. Right? Shall we put all these herbs away? Seeing as we're carrying some. Oh, that's the dagger I stole. Dandelion, dog skin. Marigold. Mint. I love mint. I wish mint wasn't so aggressive, but at the same time I like that it's so aggressive because it means you can eat so much of it. Where I grew up, we had such a small garden. Is this doxable? Probably not. There was something that was built next to it, and basically they wanted to take the whole garden, and my mom was like, please let us have half of the garden. So even for terrace housing, we had a small garden. Like that was like the width of the garden, but it was kind of long. And one of the things, my mum grew fennel in it to make fennel tea, and she grew mint in it, and the slugs and snails loved it. But then the thing is, like, I don't know necessarily it was just that they loved it. I think it's just there was nowhere else for them to get food, right? So like, you know, I know I don't really remember ever seeing birds or anything the same way that I do in Sheffield. But mint was always just so exciting to me as a child because it's like I can eat this plant whenever I want, you know, maybe wash it off or something, but so I've always loved mint as a plant. I've been talking a lot about plants that I like. I'm realizing how much I like plants. Which is a normal thing, I think, I guess. I don't know. Never really get that coldy too warm right now. Prefer heat to cold a lot. The other thing that's weird about me is I don't think my body is good at regulating my temperature because I quite often sweat, and also like people always say that I'm warm when they to touch me or hug me or anything, and animals, especially cats, will quite particularly like to be near me because of my body heat. So I'm like, there must be something to that, right? But I've always lived with like a boiler. I've always been in a boiler room until now. I was so fucking thankful to finally not live in one. But it did mean that the room was always warm, which I didn't mind. It's just the noises that it made all the time, especially as it got older. Especially again being essentially almost never leaving the same room for like 2 years, and just constant tick 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 tick. Tick, tick, tick. For some reason, it would just click so much, especially as it got older. I hate it. So it literally, I remember being like to my prospective housemates before I got in, I was like, please make sure that my room doesn't have a boiler in it. And they were like, don't worry, it's not normal to put a boiler in a room. They're usually in like bathrooms and stuff, right? In like, or cupboards. But yet somehow in both houses I lived in, right. What are my stats like? Did we level up enough? Skills, herbalism. Did we level enough to? We did. We can learn leg day. Yes. Yes, we can level his strength. We can pick so many fucking flowers. Can we pick these beets? I guess not. What about these? Are these potatoes? I don't really know what a potato looks like. Hey, how you doing? Selling bandages again, are we?
What the?
Got you. Guess who? See, I didn't steal any of your bandages this time. I am stealing the door to your house. The key to the door to your house. Nobody saw that, right? Do you live here? Is this your house? Can I come in? Seems like it's unlocked. Oh, yep, there we go. We've got the key. Okay. So I guess you didn't have the key for that one, huh? Are you not allowed to have it? Is there food? Can we steal food here? There's the eternal pot that's in everybody's house. Why have a food system if there's just permanent food everywhere? I don't really get that one in a gameplay sense. Hi, Two Kings, Mikey. Did you help Drea with the whole Bobby thing? Because it seemed like every time Drea opened a new game, and I'm not complaining at all, that's not what I'm getting at, but every single time that would happen you would get a shout out, and I was like, didn't Two Kings Mikey already get a shout out? Again, not complaining, it's no issue. Alright, let's take this bandage. But yes, we're playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, and I have discovered that if you pick enough plants, you can start leveling your strength. So I'm gonna make Henry so fucking strong by picking as many plants as possible. I thought it was Android app messing up, but it seemed to do it a few times. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea then. I wasn't sure if it was like significant or if it was like an in joke that I wasn't in on or something. Okay. The mystery solves, as in it's a mystery. The solution is we don't know. That's fine.
I'm a small wizard.
I'm a small wizard. Thank you for the small wizards. Wizards. Have we... Some of these plants, I see like this. Oh, there we go. Sage. Rosemary and sage. And thyme. Tell you what, here's a joke in my streams though. Could never get into Kingdom Come Deliverance, but enjoy watching people play it. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's enjoyable to watch. Because I've been so stuck in this game. It of my own design, ultimately. That I was worried. I was like, are people really gonna want to see me repeatedly fail to do the same thing for like 3 or 4 hours each day? And the answer is yes. It's been very popular. My channel's doing very well. There was this big lull at the beginning of June, and I was like, oh, what the fuck's going on? But I think it was just people going outside and not watching streams, and I'm like, hey, I'm way into that. I was worried because I'd had continuous channel growth since everything fell apart. So I was like, yeah, I'm putting it back together, and it started to go down, and I went, numbers can get in your head. Honestly, I shouldn't. They're not even accurate half the time, to be honest. And you know, if there was only one person watching the stream, I would still stream. That's something that Roscoe basically said as like a streaming advice thing, and I was like, yeah, that's good. It was like, even if you've got one viewer, treat it like the whole show's for them, and it is. I prefer to have more than one viewer, but you know, if that's the situation. I think a big lull at the beginning of Dune is to do with how Denis Villeneuve paces his film. Good one for the filmers. So I was like, I'm gonna watch this Dune film, but because I'm interested in when people make films of a film that's already existed, right? I don't really like J.J. Abrams' Star Trek stuff, although I kind of liked it at the time, but I grew to dislike it over time when I realized that, like, I don't know, J.J. Abrams is actually a good director. I think he's just a functional director, which is why he gets paid to make everything. You know, they're like, oh, he's a reliable set of hands, he'll make the film, even though there's some fucking awful decisions in those films. But what was interesting to me was to watch the original Star Trek films and see how actually what J.J. Abrams has done is not really made a film about the original series of Star Trek. He made a series of films that were kind of in homage to the original series' films of Star Trek. You know, like, they don't have to be good. It's sort of interesting. So for June, sorry, because I am a Brit. I'm supposed to say June. Americans have taken June from us. They've made me say Dune. What? Next we'll be saying tuber and YouTube. They can't take YouTube from us. What will they make fun of us for next? Our inability to eat flavorful foods. I realized when talking to, well, I already knew this. My upbringing in my white autistic parents' house was, the only spice was salt, and even that was not really used. I had to, over a series of years, convince them to let me have ketchup. So now, obviously, I love any flavor, especially a new one. It's so fulfilling to me, because it's been suppressed for so long. But we're getting off point. What was I supposed to say? Diluted Steelberg. Steelberg stole from Kurosawa and Leanne. Abrams stole from him. Only so much inspiration tickles down. Well, you know, I'm sure there's loads of directors who'll be like, yeah, that's how it all goes. And it is kind of how it all goes, but, like, he doesn't, it's not really doing anything that is shocking or interesting to me, right? But, yeah, no, so I watched, I decided I was going to watch the old Dune film. And it's fucking awful. And it very heavily implies, not even implies, like, the villains are gay and love spreading diseases to people. And I'm like, was this in the original story? Because this is really fucked up, especially when this came out. I'm pretty sure during the AIDS epidemic, you know? Like, holy shit, that's bad. That's so bad. But it was a bad film, and there were loads of, like, problems with it. But it was so hard to watch. Even though I love a film that's fallen to pieces. The first Super Mario Bros. Film, the fucking dystopian live-action Super Mario Bros. Film, is one of my favorite films because it's so bad that it becomes really funny and becomes a really good film. Like, if they were intending to make a comedy film, I would say it was the best comedy film of all time. With Bob Hoskins, yeah, it's so it's so good because of how bad it is. And like, there are some good ideas in it, like, but they're so wacky and nonsensical. And everybody working on it was absolutely miserable, which is, you know, very sad. I think the guy who played Luigi, like, that's like kind of the only thing he's known for as well. And there's like people who like put off other projects to be. Even Bob Hoskins, I think, put off like other good projects to be on this because he's like, this will be for my kids. That's not what he sounds like. He doesn't actually sound like Mario. Yeah, no. So I had to watch Dune in pieces. I had to watch it like in at most 20-minute bursts, and that would be it for the day, kind of thing. It was so hard to get through. Like, a lot of it was like just boring as well, which is the worst crime, I think. If your film's bad, at least like make it like messy, you know, so it's interesting. Pretty sure Bob Hoskins had no idea. I think something like about halfway through filming, he found out that all the teenagers were just like hanging out and smoking weed, and he was like, "Oh shit, let me in on this. I've just been sat in this like prepaid mansion that they gave me by myself, doing absolutely nothing, being fucking miserable." So they did get on and bonded really well, which is nice. But that's kind of weirdly, it's like Star Wars is also like that. Like the free Layla, Han Solo, and Luke Skywalker got on really well because of like a mess it was. And like they had to come up with lines a lot of the time because of George Lucas is just like nonsense, essentially, where he's like, whatever, it doesn't matter. This music's called jizz. You know. No, it's fine that you're 16. You're the sex object of this film. You know, like all that kind of bullshit nonsense. Bonding. You know, actors fucking love to bond on a project. It's one of my favorite things about being in theater. Although there's like a real thing with that, because once it gets to show week and it's like the last, you know, you may perform 6 days. There's been somewhere I performed 9, but they usually considered kind of a long show week to do that, so they don't like to do that. Even though I really enjoyed the longer ones, people really bond. Even if you only came in to be like the tech or whatever, or like maybe you've not even seen this. You probably would have seen the stage manager, but the assistant stage manager or something, like someone you've not seen before that you only see on show week. You still bond with them just as hard. I don't know what it is, but it's really nice. John Leguizamo from the Mario Bros. Film has had a solid working actor for years. Oh, really? Okay, maybe I'm thinking of somebody else in a different film then, because I heard that he'd not done so well, or like he was struggling, that was the thing he was associated with. Maybe I'm mixing it up. Maybe it was he put off a different film to be on that as well, but I might be just mixing that up with Bob Hoskins' thing. I mean, loads of people, like, if you've got a good agent, if you've got an agent that's good enough to get you into what should have been a promising project, you're going to have more than one offer. I wish I had an agent. I feel I need to. I mean, the main thing is like I feel like I need to learn more about acting, because although I went to college, there's like way fucking more stuff that you can learn to do. I wanted to get college and then more college in preparation for university, to go to university, to then go to drama school was the idea, but I went college and then I went, I'm too disabled and I have no support. I'll come. I remember literally saying to them, I'll come back when I get better. You don't get better from a chronic condition. Well, maybe you do, but not commonly. Goombas were terrifying. Yeah, no, those are terrifying. Carrotfish is so cool. Yeah. I feel like maybe, I mean, she had enormous support from her mum, which I think is also why she died basically immediately after her mum died. But she does seem, a lot of what the way that she talked about stuff made it seem like, you know, she's kind of forged in fire a little bit. Again, especially because to be in such a big film at 16, and just constantly, consistently be considered an available sex object for like every single misogynistic nerd on the planet, you know. Not that I'm saying that adversity necessarily breeds coolness or whatever. Coolness is the wrong words. But she certainly seems to have been. Hey, Night Suge. Guess you managed to get some fucking sleep. Oh yeah! A win for the femboys. I've become this huge femboy advocate. Mostly on Tumblr, but just in general, because people are trying to use it to like separate queer people, and I'm like, no. If people are identifying as this, it's our duty to welcome them into being queer. Although I think we've already had this conversation. But I want it known to the world that I support femboys and I will fight for their rights. Even though although there was a thing for a little bit this morning where it's like, am I a femboy? And then it was like, no, don't think so. But then I'm like gender fluid kinda, so I'm like gender fluid almost. So like maybe at some point, I don't know. Identifying is an interesting thing. I have said in the past that I think that the more I transition, the more my gender expression is probably going to shift. Because there's things of like I think it would be cool to do butch stuff, but I don't want to do that when people perceive me as a man, right? Like, because then I'm just, you know, I'm just rolling back into the same thing. But there's loads of trans butch lesbians and stuff. And they love it and they have a good time with that. But I don't know. But I'm really glad you got sleep. That's fantastic. She also married Paul Simon, notorious curmudgeon. Wait. Paul Simon. Wait, I'm thinking Paul Merton. Never mind. I don't know who anybody is. What's Paul Simon done? Once I manage to achieve peak femboy, I want to get some armor made up and become a hemifemboy? Hemifembo? Oh, like a neither a himbo or a bimbo, but like something in between, maybe. Wait, no, I don't get that joke. Why did I laugh at that? Right, where's my home? Come on, just a few more nettles to pick. Am I getting strength levels from this? I don't feel like I'm getting them very fast. Strength has leveled up. Gravedigger Stronghold. The one we want is oh, we do want Clinchmaster, but the one we really want is Headcracker, which we can't get just yet. Hema historical European martial. Oh, okay. I kind of want to learn more judo, and I say more because I accidentally learned a judo move, which is if someone goes like that, you grab hold and you lean forward until you roll, and just like really try to roll forward, you will fucking flip people over your back, which is great if they're trying to repeatedly put you in a headlock at school. So I like accidentally learned that, but I think that's a judo move. I just really just want to not get punched ever again. I punched loads of times at school. Obviously, I was miserable then, but like, there's something very different about getting punched as an adult for something that's not my fault or I didn't do anything wrong. Where I'm just like, no, I would like to be able to just like slap the punch away or something. Obviously, I never want to like hit somebody. Partially just because you can kill someone with a punch. It does happen. But also, just violence. No thanks. Not sure if you like pole mountain. Bit of a weird one for me. Maybe because you don't like have I got news for you. My dad seemed to be really into it. But like basically anybody that's a comedian that's on a panel show, with the exception of that guy who died, is like got a fucked up history behind the scenes. So, you know, I seem to remember it seemed like he was funny, but like also that was when I was a child and when I was with my parents who I needed the approval of. So I don't know if he actually is funny. Anyone else have that urban legend in school where someone accidentally killed someone by slapping them on the back of the head with a ruler? No, I've not heard that. That sounds like something from the 70s when they actually would just slap people in the back of the head with a ruler. You know, honestly, what that sounds like? That sounds like resistance by kids. It sounds like they were like, listen, we keep getting fucking abused by the establishment, which is a fine and legal thing to do because essentially schooling was just modeled off kid prisons, which didn't stop until the 70s, although technically speaking they do still exist but just in a different form. You know, so that's kind of like, oh miss or sir, even because there probably wouldn't have been that many female teachers. Oh, so you shouldn't do that. There was this kid I heard in this school got hit in the back of the head with a ruler and died. I mean, it depends on the ruler, because they used to have big fucking meter-long wooden rulers, so, like, it's possible. Ouch. Reveal the 3 Pauls of Kentucky. You only know 2 famous Pauls, Paul McCartney and Paul Sanders. I don't remember anybody's name ever. Which I used to think was a decision that I made, because I was so cool and, like, what would you call anti-celebrity? Being well-adjusted? I don't know. That it was like, yeah, no, I don't even remember celebrities' names. But then it was stuff like, I couldn't remember, well, I was gonna give an example, but then I remember their name. I couldn't remember, like, singers that I liked. I couldn't remember songs that I liked, and I was like, oh, this isn't a decision, this is like, there's something lacking here. We used to take the long cylindrical bulbs out the lights and hit each other with them. Wouldn't they just instantly shatter? Because my impression of those is that they're so breakable. That does sound cooler than any of the stuff we did. There was a lorry that would go between different parts of the school. Although, to be honest, I think it just went to one part of the school and then drove away because for some reason there was a fucking road in the school. And I did climb on the back of that to get a little shortcut. And everyone was like, whoa, so cool and dangerous. And then when we had the temporary school, because it was getting rebuilt, I would do this thing where I would throw myself upside down so that I landed back first on the wall, which, why the fuck did I do that? But people thought it was so cool and dangerous and also terrifying, because it is terrifying. I could have landed on my neck and permanently injured myself, but I didn't, so it's fine. This is where you find out more about Taki, like, accidentally inhaled a lot of glass as a kid. If we had a supply teacher, we'd get into the supply room and get a load. Oh, okay. Wait, that's not what a supply teacher is for. They're not for giving you supplies. Did I ever tell you about the, so in French, the French room that we had, for some reason the way that the school was, I think it was a convenience thing for teachers, but certain classrooms would have doors to other classrooms in them. So instead of having to go up and down the way too narrow staircase for a school of, you know, like 1,000, 2,000 kids or whatever, they could just take little shortcuts, which they would often do. And me and this other kid, who was very funny. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that they're trans as well. God, I would love to see how they're doing these days. I don't know if I have the same sense of humor, but I am generally quite funny in person, so we probably get on like a house on fire. But I was like, I bet if we subtly change things in this classroom every time the teacher turns around, they're not going to notice, or they're not going to care, or whatever. Because for some reason, the way that the desks have been laid out, we just had one entire row to ourselves of one desk, and we were like all the way at the back for some reason. So we like slowly, bit by bit, without making any sound, over the course of the lesson, moved it forward and forward and forward and forward. And what was funny is also there was another teacher coming in and out, and it got to the point where we got so far forward that we were actually just like touching the desk. It wasn't even warfare, because we weren't trying to fuck with the teacher. We were just trying to see what was possible. And like eventually it got to a point where the other teacher had to like push past to get through, and then we were like literally touching the desk, and it was just like, this is so funny. And then we looked at the side of us and we realized that there was a cupboard, and I was like, can we fucking take this desk into the cupboard? And we just got little bit by little bit by little bit until we were like fully inside this cupboard. And the only reason really that it stopped is just that we were laughing too much. They're like, put your desk back. I don't think the teacher liked me, but like I wasn't good at French, and it wasn't funded like every single lesson. Except for some stuff, which I'm not going to say what, because I feel like that makes it, like, the school doxable or something, maybe. Basically, nothing was funded, so everything was just, like, a bare classroom. And then maybe we would have some shit out-of-date books, and then we would also have textbooks. Did we have to buy our own textbooks or something? I don't think so. But it was the implication of that. Like to solder your rules in CDT, probably quite toxic. Yeah, no, you're supposed to wear masks for that. Although, every time I say that to anybody, they're always like, I don't need to. I'm like, okay, I mean, you know. I guess it's probably more of an issue if you solder a lot, right? Knocked your school down immediately after you left. They knocked it down whilst we were inside it. And I don't mean... Wait, hang on. I don't mean physically inside it, but like it was a whole process. But the thing was fucking. There must have been asbestos. Everything was like pulled apart. You know, the way that the school was run was always like so draconic. And I think that just made people destroy stuff more. Like the reason that teenagers are so shitty, if they are shitty, some teenagers are lovely, but it's because they're in a fucking prison that they legally have to be there, and if they don't go there, their parents get threatened with fucking like prison and stuff. Although apparently you can just tell them to fuck off, which I wish my parents had done instead of throwing cold water over me in the morning. I think that constitutes abuse. Fucking hell, you know, like. No wonder people were just like randomly like acting out. If anything, I feel like it probably got off fairly light of what could have been. And it was certainly worse when my older sister was starting there before me. Just people launching fireworks indoors all the time. I never saw anybody with a knife, but people certainly had the fucking blade off pencil sharpeners. Which obviously the pencil sharpeners didn't come from the school because that would require it to have money. I think they're just pencil sharpeners that they brought in. And they were like, ah, yeah, we can get a fucking blade and I can stick it between my fingers so we can push you and then you'll get cut. But I did hear from other people who were in the school a few years before me that they were like, oh yeah, no, I took a knife to school every day. Like that kind of thing. Ah. Some lads broke into school to nick a projector and fuck the roof and expose those with asbestos couldn't use the main hall for mums. I mean, in a way, they did a good service there, because why the fuck does the school have asbestos? Especially given that, like, I'm pretty sure asbestos was made illegal in the UK like a long time ago, like Victorian times, because I remember the reason it's a big issue in America is because basically the fucking capitalist companies were like, no, asbestos is fine, unless the school really was that old, because I guess basically, you know, schooling became mandatory in like 1900 or something, so a lot of schools are built then, or at least primary schools, it seems. I don't know about secondary schools. A lot of secondary schools seem to be built in the 60s, or at least at the time. A lot of them have been replaced, thankfully. And then they all got turned into fucking academies. You accidentally carried a knife into school 4 times, and every time I encountered something a knife was useful for and covertly used it. One time it was your 7-inch Bowie knife and no one noticed. That's not great. What if someone nicked that? Or actually 7 inches is it's still significant. Someone drove a Corsa into a 6th form centre. That was a fun day with no lessons. I don't think we had any disaster. There was a time where like there was no water and everybody tried to form a protest that we wouldn't go into classes, but then as soon as the bell went, like most of us just went into classes. But to be fair, it wasn't a particularly well organized protest. But if there's no water in the school, I think that they shouldn't be allowed to have the school be open, because what are you gonna do if you need to drink water? And also, I think it was summer as well, so that wasn't good. Yeah, it sounds pretty illegal. Oh, a lot of illegal things happened, I'm sure. Also, I think, like, it just, like, when I started at that school, there was no control. There was no control. Regularly, there would be lessons that would just be everyone just doing whatever the fuck, and like a teacher just trying to keep control over it, and it would just be like that for a full hour, and then, you know, sometimes people would get in trouble and they get sent out, or like someone would run in from like, it's just truly chaos, like truly chaos, day in day out for ages and ages and ages and ages. It was so bad. It's so bad. And I think, you know, it's like, it certainly hit my prospects in education. I did better than a lot of other people, because I feel like, weirdly, I feel like nursery being so good carried me through everything else. Primary was, primary was fascist. But I did also learn the things I was supposed to be learning, and like, do okay, and I eventually did get a good teacher, but almost every teacher instantly disliked me. And then there was one teacher that like secretly disliked me, but I still seemed to excel in their class. And there was this weird thing where like someone had insisted. Someone had insisted, like, I'd called her a name or something, and I was like, no. And then she just did not believe it, and she made me, like, write out this, like, huge apology note, and then she, like, pinned it on the wall. And that was one of the most unhinged things that she did. When most of the time it was fine. I don't know why that was the thing. That was weird. There was a lot of... See, this is the thing about being bullied in schooling, is that I think a lot of it starts with the teachers. Because, like, teachers didn't like me, teachers didn't respect me. Probably because I had ADHD, so they just assumed I was misbehaving on purpose. I don't even really remember misbehaving, if anything. I because of being treated so much like a misbehavior, I think actually instilled this kind of, like, fear of misbehaving in me. So if you see me misbehaving somewhere, I'm fighting so many demons to do that. I keep telling people to steal, and I don't even steal, you know, and I need to steal. I need so many things. I don't have a bed. I mean, I have a bed now, but I'm gonna move and I won't have a bed. I need to... how do you steal a bed? Or maybe I could steal something and sell it and then get a bed, but like, who do you sell stolen goods to? I don't know. I need to misbehave still blows my mind that they make kids learn like 12 plus different subjects at the age of 15, struggle in GCSEs because of that, but A levels a bit easier because there were less subjects. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if they're taught well, I don't necessarily have an issue with there being so many subjects, because also like some are interesting and some are maybe not interesting because of the teacher or the lack of funding or something like that. God, I remember having a planner and like coloring it in and being so proud of myself in my first year at secondary school, and then every other year being so depressed that I couldn't even bring myself to do that. It did make it easier that I had a coloured in planner in the first year, because it was sort of nice. I was like, oh, this nice shade of purple. I brought so many pens as well. I'm just thinking about all of the things that got kicked out of me that I guess I'm reclaiming now, like my love of colour and all of that sort of stuff. I try not to get too sad about how sad my life is. It's been very sad for a long time, and now it's really happy, and I don't want to ruin that happiness by being like, oh, but remember how sad it was. I want to rather be happy about being happy. Hello, Reagan Rat. Good to see you. Detroit Become Happy. What would that game be like? We're just picking flowers and talking about schooling, I guess. We're having a great old conversation, you know. I worry sometimes that like the gameplay content is, you know, and like it needs to be sufficient, but this really streaming's the social stuff, isn't it? So if I'm doing something that's causing me to have a really like wide and interesting conversation, like that's good content, right? That's what people like, I guess. I never know. I'm always guessing. Like, I always assume in the back of my mind that there's, like, an imaginary person that, like, hates one thing but loves another. Like, oh, I hate it when Rosemary talks about this. I love it when Rosemary doesn't talk. You know, like, I never know. Feedback's very useful to me. But then everyone's feedback is just like, this is the best thing ever. And I'm like, that doesn't... that's not very critical. I mean, thanks, but, I guess I'll just keep doing it, you know. School, bad times. Yeah, absolutely. The worst, most traumatic period of time in my life. But at least I'm far enough away from it now that I can actually talk about it. Because even like a year ago, maybe, I couldn't talk about it without like starting to shake. And I am on the verge of tears all the time as I talk about it, though. That is a thing. But before it was like, if I talk about it for more than 5 minutes, or even for a few seconds, it would be like, I can't do this anymore. So that's good. Mentally, way more mentally healthy. Because the thing is, like, even awful things that happen to you, you have to be able to process them, right? So you have to be able to talk about them. Because that's part of processing it. You can't keep it inside you forever, which I think is what I was doing before. As soon as you stop picking herbs, I have nothing around here. Well, that's never going to stop talking because it's apparently leveling my strength. Although, it's not said anything about leveling strength. It says I'm level 3. I'm 86% through, apparently. Maybe Detroit Become Happy is a game about picking flowers. Yeah, that's what... Become happy by picking flowers. Don't pick all flowers, though, because also, like, replant some flowers. Oh, I'd love to plant some flowers in this game. Like, just throwing out some seeds on the side of the road. Give it, like, a week, and you come back, and there's, like, these little buds and stuff. That would be really nice. School left me a lot of social anxiety. It still plays in my life in a big way. Me too, but it was complicated by the fact that also my parents' parenting was bad. But everything, so the four things that have made things better for me. 1, agency, moving away from my parents. That's the same thing. 2, having loads of weed. Now, I can't advocate for illegal drugs on this website, but weed is actually really, really good for processing trauma and figuring yourself out and figuring out that I was trans and figuring out, like, you know, that actually it wasn't just school that it was shit. It was like loads of things that were shit. It's been really, really, really helpful. It really has. It's not for everybody, and you know, like, it's possible to take too much and then have a bad experience. The other thing has been transition. Transition has really changed how I feel about myself, because I realized, like, I always felt bad about myself and like my appearance, and that made me sort of like shy and reserved, which I almost like made me more of a target for being bullied, because dysphoria. It wasn't even necessarily I thought I was ugly, because actually sometimes I see pictures of myself as a teenager and I'm like, oh, I was, you know, I was a conventionally attractive teenager at times. Sometimes I was like, oh god, why didn't anybody say anything? So like that obviously wasn't the issue. So yeah, transition. What was the fourth thing? I guess streaming, because I'm talking so much, and it's my stream. I can talk about anything. You know, I can talk about. It's therapeutic, right? Weed made me trans, pretty much. There's I think it's Bob Marley says, if when you smoke the herb, your true self is revealed to you. He said loads of much more important, greater things about, you know, like activism and stuff like that. So it's really unfortunate that that's like the quote that I know. But like, it is a big quote. It's a big deal, and like it was true. I mean, you can also have so much that you think that pigeons are are cameras for the government, and that's the reason that they were in the Second World War, is because they've been advancing them ever since. And I always use that as an anchor point to remember how paranoid you can get. And if I ever think anything even slightly like that, I go, remember when you had that thought? Remember you had that absolutely nonsense thought that could not be possible? Birds aren't real. So, I mean, it feels similar to that, doesn't it? Birds are real. That's a very key thing in a lot of, like, the way I see conspiracies. I don't trust any conspiracies. I don't even like the idea of people getting into them recreationally, because I think ultimately the purpose of conspiracies is to get people to treat fact as fiction and fiction as fact, to be unable to make that so that they can be radicalized or, you know, tricked into something else. I don't think that there's anything innocent about really any conspiracy. You know, there's things that can be like myth and rumor and stuff, and you can treat them as interesting stories, but I think conspiracy theories are like really dangerous. But that one in particular is quite bad. It's the same with like COVID deniers, right? Something that so obviously is happening, that's affecting everything in the world, right?
Could do with a bite to eat.
Could do with a bite to eat. To deny something as obvious as that, the point is, if you can get someone to deny that something like that isn't happening, you can get someone to just not believe anything. And also there's the added bonus of, it's such a traumatic and unusual thing. There's comfort in believing that it's not true. You know, like there's all those people who vehemently denied its existence and then died of it, probably felt quite comfortable compared to the people that accepted that it was true. Up until dying of it, of course. Yeah, they didn't shut down the world for shits and gigs. Well then, because the thing is, you open yourself to this question of like, why would they shut everything down if it wasn't true? Why would they do that? And that leads you on to this idea of like, well, there's actually these powerful forces that can manipulate everybody, because that's fucking possible. Like, you know, when you know anything about the way government works, the idea of them keeping anything a secret is ridiculous. And even the stuff that's very much tried to keep a secret, like the Snowden files, still ended up getting leaked, right? But yeah, so you're like, oh, you know, all the news is telling me this is true, but I know it's not true, so I need to seek out and find an answer. And there's just so many, you know, fascists just waiting. Hey, I got a new level in strength, fantastic. To then give people the answer, or to give people more information that helps drive them further and further away. If you ever get the misfortune to talk to someone that believes in conspiracy theories, it never is just one thing. They'll be on top of something, on top of something, on top of something. Because if it's just one thing, someone can say very rationally, like, well, my grandma died, and like she was coughing the whole time, so you're gonna say that's not true. But they'll go, but you know, some other bullshit reason that I can layer on top of that. Do you enjoy reading conspiracies now and then and falling down rabbit holes? The weirder ones especially, not so much the COVID stuff. As someone who's always hated fascism and has been in a cult and a lot of other sort of cult-like places, all I can see is the danger. And you know, maybe there is a safe way to enjoy conspiracies, but to me, all I can see is the danger of it. Great, let's get out this river. I think the river makes us muddy. I hope so. You invented a conspiracy theory you might like. Peeps the marshmallows. They're a secret government plot to sell terrible candy. Plot of nostalgia. I did honestly. Once people get into the conspiracy way of thinking, literally they'll pick that up, right? Because it keeps selling into this idea of like, oh, a government's trying to control you. The government already tries to control you, and they do that with like the police force and stuff, right? You know, like that's already very much out in the open. Why would they then need to secret secondary stuff? And they do secret stuff, but again, we do know about it, you know. If it's flat thing is bizarre, they can never seem to explain it in questions. Yeah, no, they keep pushing the goalposts of it, because ultimately it's the same thing like I was saying with COVID. It's a comfort thing, right? Like they feel like they can rationalize the randomness of the world. The world is so random. The world is so big. There is just so many things that are going to happen that, you know, may have an explanation, but really ultimately they just happen. You know, the world is absurd. It can't all be understood. Even the things that we think we understand, that we see day to day, it's like there's so much more that goes on behind that, and that's like scary because you want to know, you know, instinctively you want to know about everything so you can make good decisions. But sometimes you have to generalize. So really, you know, with people like that, they'll even come up with stuff in that same way of thinking that they've been trained to think when presented with good arguments, because of the discomfort of like, well, if that's not true, then all of this other stuff isn't true, and my whole life is a lie. Like no one wants to find that out, right? Which is why it's really difficult to learn about the British Empire when you've been raised by, I guess, a nationalist parent, lightly nationalist, but still nationalist, and then you're like, oh no, we're the bad guys in like a really big way, and it's like, oh, this innocent thing in society that I see all the time is actually like a legacy of like brutal stuff. It's like, oh god, the whole what I thought was my identity is you know, like that's hard, it's difficult, right? A colleague is a flat earther and was so surprised that she's really intelligent, was literally on a plane and she was talking to me about it. That's troubling. I'm like, but we're on a plane. Ah, yeah, but there's secret cameras. Okay, I'm gonna fucking smash the airplane window out so all of the air gets sucked out. Do you think that... Listen, that's a very drastic, dramatic, traumatic, and also probably deadly thing to do. But do you think a flat earther would stop saying the bullshit stuff about cameras in the plane windows if you just fucking smashed the window out? Do you think that would work? Would it be worth it? I don't think it would work, and I don't think it would be worth it. You just read about them as fantasy fiction, but I know a lot of stuff can be dangerous, like Heaven's Gate cult, for example. Don't know if you've heard of it. Is that the one where they all died? When everyone's talking about Kool-Aid, that's what they're talking about, because they used Kool-Aid to mix in with the poison. That's a very different one, right? That's a kind of like, I guess the comfort is in like, well, we're leaving this like unjust world, right? it's weird, scary stuff, because obviously the certainty in which they believed it. I really strongly recommend the Oh No, Ross and Carrie podcast. It's probably one of the best things I've ever listened to. And they deal with all sorts of cults and stuff, but it's really good. You know, they don't call themselves a critical or cynic podcast, because apparently that's a whole thing, but it's really good for just kind of like learning how people manipulate people, really, is what it comes down to. And it's very useful to me as someone who had been in a cult, because I was like, oh okay. And not just cults, you know, like manipulative relationships and stuff. They don't really go into that, but they've done all sorts of stuff. A fantastic podcast, can't recommend it enough. If you want to, and also it's kind of useful because the way that they approach stuff very journalistically, but they're still dealing with cults and conspiracies and stuff like that. So if you are interested in conspiracies, you want like a safe way to explore them, then I think it's a very good place. Hi Hugginberg, good to see you. Government is shit at hiding its plans for more than 6 months to 2 years. Yeah, no, exactly. Because the thing is, like, there's political power in leaking stuff, right? Like, you're like, oh, my like, governments is, you know, it's not a private job anyway. The fucking MPs are conspiring. It's like, oh, well, I want to be MP and I don't want this person to be MP, so I'm going to leak this story, right? So even in the pursuit of power, they're still going to reveal information like that. You're leaving the streamers trying to control us. Thanks for the stream. Am I trying to control you? No. Oh, Kool-Aid is Jonestown, not Heaven's Gate. I'm sure they've done Heaven's Gate in Oh No, Ross and Carrie. I don't remember though. What's the Heaven's Gate one? What type of cult were we in? It was an online cult with a charismatic leader who consistently convinced us that we were all on some great project to make loads of money, and then he would get bored and change to something else. And I only got out of it because I started kind of doing my own thing instead of doing what he wanted everybody else to do, because we always played the games that he wanted. We always were in his like Ventrilo server all the time. I kind of left college because of him, which wasn't great, but then also I maybe would have left college anyway. It's sort of hard to tell. My parents got concerned because I remember that me talking about it later where I was like, oh yeah, I'm not in that group anymore, that they were like, oh good, because we were kind of worried that you were losing a grip on reality, I think is what they said, which is a bit rich of my parents to say that, because, you know, the way that they perceive the world is not healthy. Yeah, I think part of the reason why I was vulnerable to something like that is because of my parenting. But it wasn't until ages later, it wasn't until I left my toxic relationship, where at first I was calling it abusive, but like, it's not so necessarily so accurate. There's this book called Conflict Not Abuse that talks about relationships and how people will sort of be very quick to jump and say it's an abusive relationship, and it's like, yes, well, that kind of can be true. Sometimes it's more nuanced than that, and it's actually useful to make that distinction. But abusive stuff did happen in it. But what happened after that is I started to sort of suddenly start to realize that I could see red flags in like any bad relationship, because it did get so bad to the point where I nearly died. Which I'm not really going to talk about in too much detail, because I sort of might be triggering for other people, but it might also be triggering for me. I guess if people want to know more about it privately, I can talk about it, but I'm maybe not going to talk about it on stream. I think something in my brain kind of went like, oh, this nearly killed you, and it was because of you not having your own agency in this situation. I have done a virus scan of your life, and I have identified all of these previous times in which the also similar things were true, and I went, I was in a cult, and also my parents are bad at parenting, and also, you know, like I figured so much stuff out sort of post that leaving that toxic relationship. Yeah, that's where the phrase "drinking the Kool-Aid" comes from. Glad you got away. Yeah, me too. Cause fuck that guy. Honestly, I shouldn't have done this because I very easily could have ended up fucking falling for some trick and like getting back involved again or something. I did go to check up to see how he was doing, and I saw they had a Twitter because of course he did. And I think he was posting something like, "I believe Johnny Depp," and I was like, "Of course you do, you piece of shit. Of course you do, you fucking narcissist. Like, genuinely narcissist. Of course you fucking think Johnny Depp's great. Like, for fuck's sake." Yeah, and it was stressful to be there as well. This is a thing of radicalization, is that people who don't really have anything else will end up having to depend on a space or something like that in this sense. And I didn't have any friends. The people I met in college were too busy in college, and also like, I don't know, this just sort of became distant. I didn't really have any friends from school, and the friends I did have from school sucked. And it took me until the pandemic to realize that, once their girlfriends were like, veganism cures COVID, and I was like, fucking what? I'm gonna get dreadlocks because I need it for my mental health, and I'm like, no. I'm gonna argue about this on your birthday. But yeah, no, it wasn't until they started saying just obviously fake shit, I was like, oh, okay, I don't need to be friends with these people. But that's rough though. It's rough knowing people for like 15 years and realizing that they've like always been bad friends and that they've like not valued you the same way that you value them. That's really rough. It's very lonely. So yeah, no, you end up attaching yourself to anything because we're social creatures and we need that stuff. Which is, I know that's why a lot of people are in Twitch as well, and also like a lot of Twitch channels, especially as they get bigger, are very cult-like or cult-adjacent, I would say. If you can't disagree with the head figure or the head sort of group of people in a group that you're in, you're probably in a cult. In fact, I'd say definitely you're in a cult. Now you might say, oh, well, I can't do that at work. Yes. Yes, it also counts. Fingers some dreadlocks will cure life's problems. Listen, if your hair naturally can do dreadlocks and it's part of your cultural background, then fucking get some dreadlocks. But if you're some white person that thinks, then don't do it. Do not do it, please. I'm begging you. Don't be racist. And all conspiracy theories. Amazon are annoying me. They are now saying the item is on its way. Has also been delivered, and I have to wait till 1 AM on the 19th day of the replacement. Don't call you out. What did I call you out on? Racism? Because you should be if that's what I did. I have a complicated relationship with veganism. I don't think ideologically it's really doing so great right now. It seems like all of the people who get to determine what veganism is seem to be white. And that's not to say that there's not, you know, movements of veganism that aren't white. It's just like generally that seems to be dominating it. And white vegans collectively don't seem to be interested in criticizing capitalism, which is the cause of most of the animal cruelty that they're opposed to, right? And there's also a lot of things of like, my cousin had gastric bypass surgery, which hopefully that's not doxable information, and it became such that she could not properly absorb B12 if she took supplements, and the doctors went, you have to eat meat in order to get enough B12 or you'll get very sick. And I was, and suddenly that really sort of shifted the idea of veganism to me, because I was like, there are gonna be people in society who will die if they don't eat meat, and suddenly like the ethicalness of that really shifts, because then you go, a lot of the more extreme vegans will say an animal's life is more important than humans because humans have the agency. But if you're gonna die from not eating meat, which is a real thing, and I at first I didn't believe this, I really defied it, but like no, genuinely, then it means that some degree of meat eating has to exist, and I started to look at it and go, oh, absolute veganism is like really fucking destructive and very sort of closed-minded and not interested in debate. And I'm like, it doesn't matter how good your like ethical ideology is, if it cannot be questioned, it's probably bad, right? But I still believe in ending animal cruelty, and I think that creating alternatives to meat is good. I just don't believe in absolute veganism anymore. Flocking to Twitch. Oh, no, that's fine. I mean, like, everyone was, like, locked indoors because breathing the air could kill you, sort of thing, you know. I came here. I wish I'd come here a bit sooner, but then again, maybe I don't. I don't know. The last jobs, you were friends with a guy named Dre. He looked whiter than me and had a massive natural afro. Someone we don't know complained, and he got taken into a 3-week sensitivity training course and got told he didn't adopt a more acceptable hairstyle for his race, he would be terminated. He showed up the next week with his parents because he's black and albino, not a white guy with an afro. I mean, yeah, it sucks. I would have thought it would be pretty quick to be able to tell, like, their hair is different, right? That's why I say, if that's, you know, if that's the thickness of your hair. Again, I shouldn't be the arbiter of this also. Shouldn't be, well, he's a Rosemary said that this person was fine and this person isn't. It's just more of a calling out white people kind of thing. White people should call out other white people on racism, because it should, you know, it shouldn't have to be everybody else. And also, unfortunately, they're more likely to listen to you. Although I found in my experience, not really. You tell someone, like, for minor things, I would say generally, I talk to people and they're like, oh, I didn't know. And most of the time they're fine. But some people are just like a fucking brick wall. Or like they get really indignant about it. And that was a big thing on Twitch, because there was a lot of like minor racism stuff that I would not even necessarily call out, although sometimes I did, but like just message people privately, and they would get so angry about it that they would later show up in other Twitch dramas to be like, oh yeah, no, Rosie's evil. And I'm like, I know why you're saying this, because I messaged you about this. It's so unbelievably petty. Pretty much shut management up. Yeah. Management, when you look white, will treat you as such. Well, they obviously didn't treat them as white, because, you know, if they treat them as white, they would just let them have their hair, right? You were here before COVID? COVID didn't change much for me, honestly. Always indoors, self-employed. I mean, for me, it just intensified the situation that I was already living in. I was agoraphobic. I didn't go outside. I had no self-esteem. And I hate to credit Twitch for like giving me self-esteem or something, but talking in a positive sort of like controlled manner and stuff like that. Thank you so much, Belieber Bersherich. Beliebers Richie Rich. Sorry, I was like, is that German? I'm like, no, it's Beliebers Richie Rich. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. The management of your last job was pretty progressive. But I mean, sounds like maybe they weren't a little bit. There is also this other risk, right? Once, and it is white people, once they start to get a taste of being progressive, sometimes they use that to be worse. And this is something I'm constantly sort of self-examining. Oh, thank you so much for the raids. Thank you so much, Beliebers Richie Rich. Oh, it properly capitalizes it. For some reason, when it follows, it didn't capitalize it. That's way more readable. Beliebers Richie Rich. What does that mean? I know belieber is a thing. is like the fans of Justin Bieber. What's the Richie Rich part? I'm always curious what people's usernames mean. They don't have to mean anything, I guess. Me too. It's a mixture of the social anxiety, dysphoria, and agoraphobia. We feed each other, unfortunately. Believe in yourself. Yeah, come on, everyone. Let's believe in ourselves. Yeah, my agoraphobia seemed to be instantly cured once I got to a certain point in transition. I'm not even that far into HRT. It's so weird to think how long it's taken. I try not to get sad about it, just get happy about what I have. But it's, you know, it's a huge injustice. It's a huge injustice. And I would say, you know, what if they did that for like some injury or disability? And it's like, well, they do also kind of already do that.
Why must you be showing up here?
I'm here to pick all the flowers. Believe in yourself. Believe it. Mint. I'm really thirsty. I need to be right back and get myself something to drink. Oops, I pressed the wrong button there. I'm out of water. Be right back.
Humongous wizard.
I'm a big wizard.
Humongous wizard. Humongous wizard.
Enjoying this no cooldown. Lots of people have said, wow, Hughes of Rosemary doesn't have cooldowns on these things. Like, it's a huge feature. And I'm like, I just want people to be funny. Oh god. I put my headphones on, I can't hear anything. Hi. Oh, nice stretch. Also, it's time to reapply my lipstick, because there's just something about these glasses of water just like rips it all off. Yeah, will do. I got one that's like, you like paint it on, that might be better. Thank you. Let me scroll back through all the chat. Wow, you really did a lot of those. Think of me as I don't particularly pass despite best efforts. Also babyface, so I pass much younger than I am, so you get treated as a child on top. It's pretty infuriating. That sucks. I remember I asked a homeless person, what was it we were talking about? Nodal. Nogel? His like nickname was like no gel or something. Anyway, I asked him what age he thought I was. I can't remember why this came up in conversation, and he was like 38. I was like, no, I'm 30. Passing's such a weird thing, right? Because there's cis women that have deeper voices than me, or broader than me, or whatever. Like, it exists. Like, there is no. The idea of two sexes is like a 1900s thing. It's a new idea, actually, because there's such a variety of people. Even if we were to ham it into as small a description as we could, there would be at least 7 sexes, but there's not. There's technically speaking, an infinite number of sexes, because you can have any number of anything in any combination, realistically. Yeah, it's a weird one, right? So for me, stubble just felt like the most identifying thing for me. I always felt like so long as I had stubble that I couldn't pass. But there's still situations that I got in when it wasn't the case. And then also, I remember this person I met in A&E who was like, oh yeah, I shave, you know, like a cis woman was like, oh yeah, I have to shave all the time. Like, it's a whole thing. But like, it's weird because the other thing is like, there must be loads of people that I don't pass to who just don't care, or are like good people, so they are just like, you know, don't care in a positive way kind of thing. But then as I'm also sort of have the perception of passing, but it's impossible. It really is impossible to tell. And then like if you get bigotry in something like that, you just assume that therefore everybody can tell and also hates it. And like just most people just don't actually give the great apathy in the world is so fantastic in that sense. But yeah, no, I had to get to a point where like I still need to voice train, which supposedly is something that's doesn't even need the gender identity clinic to get on board with, apparently. It is something I would like to do. I have been talking slowly differently. Sometimes if I meet someone for the first time, I start off and I'm like, hello, you know, like actually quite high up, and then over time I'll end up lowering again, and I'm like, oh fuck. Especially if my voice gets tired, it very quickly goes into like this kind of sound. I don't know how to get out of that. But there is stuff online for voice at least for feminizing voice training. It's just I just felt too dysphoric to even do it, and also it was really fucking complicated because it was like, here's the science of your throat is opening and closing, heat from fire, like. But I do need to do it, and there is a thing. Tumblr's been more helpful, to be honest, although weirdly Tumblr kind of has this culture of don't voice train, and I'm like, yeah, but it's not even about passing. I feel bad. I feel better when my voice is higher or is perceived as higher, and I do talk higher than I used to, because I've listened to recordings of myself from years ago. Even while streaming, it has pitched up a little bit, because there's like old clips and stuff. But basically someone was like, just do little practices, just do like little practices. And they don't have to be a big deal, just like in between stuff or whatever. It doesn't have to be this, and that like that's the way, and that kind of helped me. Always thought your voice sounded quite like femme. People say that, but the the problem is bigots don't say that. And I know I should not be basing the judgment on that based on bigots, but like it's for them it's an instant thing. They're like, oh, you've got a man's voice, literally. So I'm like, it can't be that femme. I don't know. I guess it must be true, because a lot of people have said that to me, and at first I was like, they're just saying that to be nice, but now I'm actually thinking like, oh no, there probably is something to that. I think the fact that my voice oscillates all over the place a lot, apparently. Some of the stuff I read that seems so out of date is like, women are more expressive with the way that they talk, and I feel like it's more like, no, it's more like men are repressed and not allowed to. But then there's some men that just do that anyway. It's not about repression, so I don't know. But thank you. Voices are strange. Women apparently speak more from the throat and men from the stomach. Nobody speaks from the stomach. Everyone uses their throat. I always hate advice like that. I used to for when I was in college. So there's loads of different things that we would do for different techniques that were really important. So we specifically would have like a voice lesson, and they would give me these directions that didn't make any fucking sense. They're like, you gotta breathe in when you speak, and I'm like, that's not what we're doing, because sounds like that, and like, that's not what you're doing, so what the fuck are you talking about? I was so confused by those directions. I couldn't understand it at all. Voice is very femme as someone who uses Fairvoy? What's that? I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that. Biggest will say whatever to hurt someone. Yeah, but like it'll be like it almost be. And again, I shouldn't be using this as a barometer because like they will say anything, but it always seems to be the first thing. Like they didn't notice until I started talking. So there must be something to it. So it's a bit similar to singing since they have techniques regarding stomach chest. I mean the real reason that they say stomach hole. I mean there is a thing of you're supposed to, instead of breathing with your shoulders, instead of going like that, because that's quite shallow breathing, you're supposed to push your stomach out. We used to do that so much. I literally got a six-pack almost entirely from all the breathing exercises that we did. Also, we did do some other exercises, but like I feel like the breathing exercise was the biggest part of that. Because if you if you get a proper breath, and honestly breathing is the most important part of like all performing, you know, you sound better, you get all the right sounds. I suppose it's a bit similar to singing. Oh, I already read that, sorry. When uses their voice, yes, you can speak from stomach, you just have to know how. Hello. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how it would be. I'm just going low. Hello. Hi. I'm using my stomach. I'm not. There's no air is passing through that. That couldn't possibly be true. It doesn't. That wouldn't. That's nonsense. I think it's. I mean, aside from the thing I said with the diaphragm, I think it's just about visualizing it, and then that's the way that it works. It says it. Oh, did I level a main level? Can I get something cool? We can be an insomniac. Increase the time you can do without sleep. Listen, as a chronic insomniac, I can promise you that I can't do more because of not sleeping. I just do less for longer. Penalties and stats for comfort of beds is inverted. What's a really good thing? We've got local hero. If your reputation is high in an area, get a +1 bonus on basically everything. At the same time, though, your reputation falls much faster and the penalties for jail time last longer. Oh, infamous! With low reputation, you get bonuses. Okay, that's probably something I want to get for this build, right? Plus the stomach isn't the midriff, the stomach is in the chest. Oh yeah, that's true. Your belly is actually not your stomach. I mean, if you're like me, the top of your belly is where your stomach is. It's weird to have been. I've had all sorts of shapes of stomach, and I've liked all of them. There needs to be some little implant where you change your voice and pitch at will, like 10 on a dial. See, the thing is, physically, that is possible. It's just you have to know how to do it. And then you have to build a habit of it. The one thing that I have been able to sort of figure out myself is there's almost like a breathiness, like a sort of more like that, I guess. I don't know. But I try and avoid that because it makes me sound really fucking posh. I do not want to sound posh. I'm just from the Midlands, right? That's it. That's all it is about me sounding like that. And also, I guess, because my dad is a teacher, so there's emphasis on speaking properly. And then also acting as well does make you learn how to pronounce things properly. Like, I never used to do THs. So, like, all the combination of that, I feel like makes me sound posh. I don't want to sound posh. I want to sound... I want to sound poor, I guess. So I have to sound like this. I have to be like, alright, how you doing? From Sheffield. What's going on? We're a bit all over the place. There's a lot of accents close to Sheffield that sound a little bit different. Despite what Vor artists would have you believe the stomach is not in the midriff. Yeah, you see, when a Vor artist is going to start being realistic. Thank you for the small wizard. Don't want to sound northern, but alas, I try and tone my accent down. No, honestly, there's so much like... We need to start making positive reinforcement of strong accents, honestly, because, you know, maybe locally people look down on you, but like internationally people love strong accents, right? Think of like, I don't know, you ever heard someone speak with like a thick Saudi Arabian accent or something? It's great to hear, you know, the way that certain like words roll in different directions and stuff like that. It's fantastic. But like to them they might be like, oh, you know, I really sound like I'm from this town and I don't like it. No, we've got to sexify accents, all of them. We do so. I'm guilty of it all the time. Even we do so much of trying to associate accents with certain behaviors, and like it's sort of associated with being lower class because you can't travel as much. You know, you tend to be in the same place, so your accent tends to intensify. Sounded a bit yeah, no, you're right. It's interesting you're able to recognize that, because Doncaster is not that far away. So you really are Northern? Sexified Northerners? I think so. I think even even though, right? What's his face? The Game of Thrones boy is he's not a Northerner, right? He's like a rich boy. He helped sexify Northerners. Him and the other guy. All the Game of Thrones boy. Jon Snow and also Robb Stark as well. I think Robb Stark might actually be Northern. I'm not 100% sure. But Jon Snow wasn't. But both of them helped to sexify it. And also Sean Bean in his time, although really most of his career he's not been able to even talk with his accent. Apparently he was always in character as Boromir in Lord of the Rings, but it wasn't about being a dick, it was just because he was self-conscious about being from Sheffield. He's from Handsworth. I've dated someone from Handsworth. I've dated two people from Handsworth, actually, now that I think about it. He is apparently, like, maybe kind of a Tory, though. Can go 2-1 for the O2 hang on, what's Sean Bean like? Sean Bean. I can't do it right now. I'm thinking too much about my voice. I can't do any other voice right now. Also, my throat is a bit tired. Robb Stark's actor is Irish. Okay. See, I'm in favour of Scottish people taking jobs away from Northern actors because there's a long history of Northern actors taking jobs away from Scottish actors. So I think that's okay. That equalises the balance. Irish actors can definitely take Ygritte was a Northern. What? She's a fucking aristocrat. There's no way. Also, she's like, Jon Snow, you know nothing, Jon. Like, nobody sounds like that. It's not a real accent. I think, there's no way. I don't believe it. Literally owns a castle. Be surprised. I've never actually heard her speak outside of the show. This is the other thing also. People don't speak perfect versions of their own accent. People keep asking me what my accent is. And what they usually settle on is they say that I sound a bit Scottish. But, like, I don't know what that would be from, other than the fact that my mum lived and was raised a little bit in Glasgow. Other than that, I don't know. But she also, I'm not actually going to give you her full history because, again, Noxable, but, like, she used to live in a different part of Northern England for a long time. How much time? Maybe she spent more time in Glasgow than I realized. I don't know. But I don't... Because Glasgow sounds so different to what I sound like. And I also don't know. I feel like American cartoons... You know how in kids' shows, they'll localize them, so they'll have different accents, depending on where they're from? Because when they don't do that, children's accents will change. Like how Peppa Pig is making loads of American kids have kind of a British accent. Because I used to get up like 6 a.m. as a child and watch for 6 hours, watch cartoons, and loads of them would be American, and I feel like maybe that changed my accent. But then there's also a thing of like Midlands doesn't really have an accent, or like doesn't seem to. Don't sound Scottish to me. Oh, good. But then you're from the north, so anything that people might identify as Scottish, you would probably identify as Northern. But then I don't think I really sound. I can't think of anything. Can't think of anything that I say that sounds like it would be Northern. Because it's sort of like, it make it sound like that all the time. Ah, like that, like extending it. What are you doing? Although that's going way off into like Lancashire almost. Though to be fair, both of my parents were born there. Oops, I said it anyway. Hope that's not doxable. There's so many people that live there. You thought I had some Scottish twangs? Okay. Please help me identify what they would be. What were my favourite cartoons? I don't remember. I do remember that Land Before Time was usually on, but that was at like 5 AM. So I wouldn't see that. I really don't remember. I remember eventually Live and Kicking would come on because it would be This Is Saturday Morning, and then that show changed to be the Saturday Show, which I didn't like as much, even though it was basically the same identical show. And then I remember that had things like Super Duper Sumos, but that was years later. Super Duper Sumos. Some people that wrote that show obviously had some kind of kink. Even one of the characters seemed to be written a little bit like that. Super Duper Sumos. Hope this doesn't have any effect on me as an adult. I don't know. Apparently I've found a nest. Oh, can I reach the nest? I did see that there was a thing that was like add XP to shooting down nests, but I don't really want to shoot a nest down. That seems like that would be cruel. Lancashire squad wears up. I think I've been to Lancashire for once for like an hour, and most of that was inside a vehicle. So I don't know anything about that. Isn't well, there's Wallace and Gromit. We were super into that. That's Lancashire. Lancashire Hot Pot. Listening to that intro a few days ago, forgotten about that for a long time. Yeah, never come here. It's when hopes and dreams die. That's really sad. I mean, I feel like that about Sheffield, but like, Sheffield's changing a lot, but it mostly seems like it's just because loads of buildings are being pulled down and replaced with new ones, which is way more expensive than it needs to be. It would be better to just revamp the inside of the building, but I don't know. Again, there's still nothing free to do, which is Sheffield's main issue. It's great if you have money to spend. There's loads of food places. There's a few roads where it's just like food shops all the way down, like good places. They're getting really good these days. And there's places in the center of town as well. Rugrats, yeah, that was Rugrats. Angry Beavers. The more I learn about Rugrats, the more I'm like, oh, this was actually a really awesome show. Especially because the twins' mother was like a big fucking awesome like feminist, and you know, was also very like rough and like quite butch and stuff like that. Great characters in that show. Huxley Pig, I think that was before my time. Yvonne of Yukon, that was I would say almost after my time. I remember watching that in like school days. That was on CITV. I would sometimes switch between BBC and CITV because I'd be like, Rugrats is unsettling. I never was unsettled by it. I thought it's great. It is though. I guess it is a bit of a, you know. Only seemed to Sheffield once seemed leafy and cool. The centre's a bit shit. It's getting better, kind of. But yes. I can share. There is a meetup happening in August. There's a link to it in my Discords. that links to another Discord where some streamers are gonna come to Sheffield. And I have a feeling I'm gonna have to show them like, oh yeah, you know, this shop's good. But the other thing is I'm also like, well, I don't really know anything because I've never had any money, so I can't really tell you this place is good or not. But I was really fucking surprised to go to this big JD Sports. In the back has a game because they bought game, but then in the game they had like a cyber cafe and there were like kids playing Fortnite in it. I was like, wait, what the fuck? And it was like, if you pay something like £4 or something, you can stay there for 3 hours or what. And it was like, this would have been really good as a kid. I mean, obviously it's not free, but like I was actually like, hey, this almost counts as a facility or something, right? Like that looks like I should be able to pick that up. Oh well. Yeah, Discord. Join the Discord. Dr. Lipschick's basically saying bullshit. It's one of the ones that's just great for kids as well as the parents. What's going on with Nottinghamshire? That's where I was born, in that county. I'm not gonna say where I lived because it's I feel like somehow very doxable. But I thought it was a really rundown, deprived area, and it was just the street we lived on, and we just never went outside there because I was really small and not allowed to leave, and I had no fucking clue that all the houses outside of it were like semi-detached. Nottinghamshire? Is that how they say that? Nottinghamshire? Nottingham. I don't know. I had good memories of living in sort of poverty there. Like sneaking into an abandoned house with a bunch of the other kids and jumping up and down on the mattresses. That was great. Getting to see your neighbors get regularly arrested by the SWAT, not so much. That wasn't great. Gave me a healthy mistrust of guns, I think. I don't remember if I ever actually saw a gun though, so maybe I made that up. Nottingham, the city, is very cool and has loads of food places and has like transport connections, which makes me sort of annoyed that Sheffield doesn't have this stuff, especially given that Sheffield traditionally did back in the day before automobiles became like a huge thing. It had loads of fucking trams all over the city, and they got rid of them because they were like, well, everyone will have a car, and it's like, I will never be able to afford a car. I can't even afford to rent a car because I would also need to get insurance and driving lessons. It will, like, I guess as a streamer maybe I could crowdfund for driving lessons, but like there's loads of other things I would want to crowdfund first. But luckily I'm in a place now where I like can kind of walk to places where I want to get to, which I could have done anyway, but I started to lose my mobility a lot. I think because I was depressed. It turns out if you're really depressed, there's like physical conditions that you can get as well, such as not being able to walk really. Yeah, actually, you know what? It's been a long time. There used to be a thing where I would always have to lean against walls because I like couldn't stand up for long times. And I don't think I've had that issue for a while now. Holy shit. so much healthier. All it took was all the changes. Hi Marshall Dave. Welcome to stream number 2. Good to see you. I should shout you out, shouldn't you? That's the right thing to do. Because you're a streamer. Hi, Marshall. Even though I don't remember. What was the last stream I watched? I can't spell your name for some reason. There we go. Did I do 2 L's? Wait, you were last playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. Wait, no, I did it wrong. There's another Hi Marshall Dave. Don't follow that one, but just by coincidence, they were also playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, follow this one. That was it. Walking Dead. I'm getting really into that actually. I almost want to, like, in my own spare time. I don't have to because I can just watch your stream. I actually kind of want to play, like, I don't know what to call them, low gameplay games, but like story games. Like I was even thinking about potentially playing some of the David Cage ones, even though I know they're ridiculous. But like, no, I was having a great time watching you play The Walking Dead. Every single time I see anyone stream The Walking Dead, it's always different. I've never seen the same scene twice. Somehow, there must just be so much of it. It's good stuff. I don't know if I would stream it. I feel like it's something I would keep to myself, which I don't really do that much of. I need to make a mental list of things I would keep to myself. So we're playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, and I can't get into this city because I keep getting arrested, and even if I turn myself in, I still get arrested and usually killed. So, but I discovered, oh fuck, I'm miles from anywhere. I discovered that if you just keep picking plants, you level up. And then you can get a perk that levels up your strength by bending down to pick up herbs all the time. So I'm gonna make Henry so strong with all these flower picking that it's not gonna be an issue anymore. That's my rough idea anyway. I think you were saying last weekend that you'd love to see the actual choice mapping for the games. Well, they do show you at the end, right? They're like 50% of people. 50% of people chose not to shoot the dog. If that's what you mean. Hello, Kermit here. Welcome to The Walking Dead video game. Can I ask what all the plants for? So you've just been sat here watching me pick hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of plants. I mean, I could probably there's perks for like selling them for more money as well, I guess. Although I feel like because I've tried to be such a kind of a shithead without actually killing anybody. I don't think, like, I've knocked out so many people. I don't think anybody would even trade with me. The way that crime works in this seems so much more aggressive than Skyrim. But then Skyrim's focused on gameplay, whereas like I want to say these decisions are based in realism, but then again I have to keep saying that the co-founder of the company that made this game, Daniel Vavra, I'm not sure how you say that, but it's in the link. It's a fucking Gamergate guy who, against the advisement of his own staff, made the game where it made everybody white in this game, except for the humans, who are the villains. It's not historically accurate. And there's a few things I've started to pick up on where I'm like, actually... But my understanding of the development... There's loads of cool people that worked on this game that aren't Daniel Vava. But apparently, initially... They didn't have any sort of like historical. They had to sort of bring someone in to tell them like what was historically accurate or not. And they changed some significant parts of the game after they were like, well, you wouldn't be able to get into this monastery like this because they would never just let you walk in, kind of thing. You meant like the flowchart? All for herb picking. It's been great. Grinding the game. We had some great chats. Honestly, it's been a very good stream for chatting today, I feel. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat here. All for herb picking to see what choices result in what outcomes. Oh, okay. I mean, it's got to exist somewhere. Like someone's made one. Wolf Among Us is another great game from Telltale. I think the studio went bust though. But they're back, says Dave. I nearly says Mikey then, but you said it too, Mikey. You're not, just because you say you're not a Pokemon. Mikey! And then you become Mikey. Again, that's also not how Pokemon work. I remember as a child talking to another child that was like, Meowth, Meowth, and it was like, actually Meowth talks. It's like, that's only one of them talks. Why are you arguing with a child? Holy shit, are we picking like 100 flowers when we pick flower? Because I notice I pick one and it seems to pick all of the ones around. I mean, that's good. I'm into that. Can we not pick up this one? It's the same flower. Is it just like, no, you've had your fill of Mario? Hey, here we go. Mewtwo talked as well. Didn't Mewtwo actually just communicate psychically? I barely remember being... There's things I remember about that film. So I went with, like, I think, like, beavers or something, and they all took us to go there. And they gave everybody a free card. And I don't know if I can remember what card I got. I would love to say it was, like, Charmander, but it probably wasn't. And then we were all buying, like, snacks at the snack place because it used to be kind of affordable back then. And I remember I gave them money and they gave me change that was, like, basically the money that I'd just given them. So I basically got my snacks for free. But, like, I don't really remember anything. I do remember in the film that there's a point where they're like, how can a Pokemon have Pokemon? I should rewatch that and see if it, like, brings back any memories. Because I literally haven't watched it since then. Oh, doesn't Pikachu die? Doesn't Pikachu die and come back, or is that in a different Pokemon movie? I don't remember that. I feel like I would have been sad about it. These look like they should be pick-upable. I don't know what flowers are and aren't. I did see there was a mod that was like, make it more obvious what herbs can be picked up, and I was like, I think it's obvious enough. I don't know where the fuck I am. I need to start trying to get back towards a sensible direction, because Henry is, like, so incredibly overburdened. And it's nighttime. Like, what if Daniel Vava pops out of a rock and starts saying how much he loves Gamergate? Or whatever. What if Daniel Vava pops out from behind a rock and starts painting me with white paint? I'm already white, Daniel Vava. What are you doing, you weirdo? Not white enough! More! I'm as white as they get. Stand next to some white paint and I disappear. Like a white painted wall. People are like, why don't you tan? And I'm like, I am tan. I have tanned. We literally the only spice in our house was salt. You know, like, stop it, Daniel Bubba. What are you doing? Fix make some dandelion and burdock. What's the burdock? I feel like I looked this up on stream before. I feel like I did, but I don't remember. Maybe it was someone else's stream. I'm always the person, whenever anyone asks a question, especially the streamer asks a question about, like, what is this thing? I immediately am, like, on Wikipedia, like, let's find the true answer to this. Because I like to feel useful, I guess. I like to be needed. But no, it is, I genuinely am just curious about everything in the universe. I wish I could learn every subject, but I suck at loads of subjects. Ash dies, he turns to stone and comes back to life. Spoilers. It's like 20 years old. I don't think it can even count as a spoiler. Went for your 8th birthday to see the film. Your dad was very upset after realizing the short film Pikachu's Vacation before the actual film wasn't the whole thing. Wait, he was upset after watching it and was like, wait, this isn't the whole film. It's like a fucking 3-minute film or short film or whatever, and he's like, ah, good, I can take the kids home now. Wait a second. Oh, he did the whole dad thing and he slapped his knees right and gets... That's brilliant. Because a huge shame Jesse and James never got their own show movie. Flower picking muscles gonna be so strong. I think it's really interesting how they kept making them cross-dress literally because they had them be in disguise one time and they were like, ah, this looks better on Jesse than it does James, so it just became a consistent thing all the way up to, like, James having, like, tits at one point. So I think that was just done for comic effect. But a lot of people are like, oh, they're trans, we'll get any representation that we can. Feel like you don't want to sleep tonight, but if I don't, I'll regret it. But they said 1 a.m. They're not gonna fucking deliver it at 1 a.m. They really are not gonna do that. They're probably not even gonna deliver it past 8 or 9, to be honest. It sort of seems like you're being fucked around, so like, you do just like sleep. The episode got banned in a lot of places. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Maybe it was trans representation then, because it seems like if there's even a whiff of that, they'll burn it to the ground, right? Yeah, head towards the castle, because that's a direction I can see. Oh, he's hungry. Feed him... Oh, I didn't steal enough foods. He doesn't have any foods. There's an episode where an old man pulls a gun on kids. Oh yeah, I saw that one. It's the safari. He keeps doing it as well. It's like a consistent joke that he like overreacts. And I was like, this is funny, but also very surprising to see. Cause I think I watched that episode on Twitch actually. Because some people do that. Not sure if links are allowed, but Pokemon are releasing this Pokemon Sleep thing. Is it a sleep app about Pokemon? It is. I'm very wary of these things because they're almost always about data collection primarily. And also Nintendo is a fucking... It's become such an evil company. There's parts of it that are generally quite good. Like... They don't really do it so much now. Oh, there's a pickable plant. But they had this big thing about like making technology quite compatible and like usable and stuff like that, which they sort of seem to have moved away from a bit more now. So I'm like, oh, you got a sleep app? I'm like, that's for data for private medical companies, right? So they can advertise you sleep medicine, which doesn't work on me. Someone tried to fucking drug me one time, I think, and it didn't work. And because I was told if your drink tastes salty, you need to not drink it and you need to go get help. But I just was like, seems salty. I'm gonna put that down. Maybe I'm being paranoid. But then my friend went to sleep. But my insomnia is so bad, people couldn't even drug me. Nothing has ever worked. So yeah, no, me using that app wouldn't. I guess it would be. I guess then it would be fine. I don't know. It's still. I don't want private medical people to build a profile on me. Although I already know. I shouldn't have told them I had depression. But I already know that they know that through other services I've used. Although, do I have depression? Am I cured of my depression because of transition? I don't know. I'm not chronically depressed, but I do get depressed. It's still a thing, but like it's definitely leaving me. No, I do still get depressed. Although it's usually based on tiredness these days. They did release GoldenEye 007 on the Switch, so you find it at a dodgy price. Oh yeah, it's all fine then. Yeah, no, there is that whole thing of them putting old games on the Nintendo thing that you can pay for, which I kind of want to, but then everyone was like, just pirate it. When normally I'm the one saying pirate stuff. Or is it your millennial? Of course you have depression. Am I a millennial? Am I at the cutoff point? What's the cutoff point for millennial? I mean, I'm 30, so I have to be. But also, like, everyone... I think everyone has depression. No, I don't know. I think I genuinely am getting to the point where I'm like, I'm not sure anymore. Sleeping pills only work very briefly for me. To be fair, I've never been given anything that was particularly strong, because they're like, oh, well, it'll be addictive. I'm like, oh, sorry. Well, I have to rely on it every day to sleep. As opposed to what I normally do, not sleep. I have some limited control. Like, I've managed to kind of get myself into a sleeping pattern. I've just learned that this flower is pickable now, so I'm picking every single one of them. Gotta aim for the stems. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I'm going to bed. I'm getting too sleepy to stay awake at like past sort of 9 p.m. to the point where like I was literally mixing up the words I was saying to my housemates, and they were like laughing at me because I was so tired. Which is fine. I like people to laugh at me if they're not meanies. That's weird, actually, isn't that? When I think about how much I've been bullied, and then I'm like, no, friends, please laugh at me. That's a thing, though, right? Like, if you've got a safe way to practice the thing that's normally hurtful for you, that's where a lot of people get into like BDSM stuff, because they get to do the stuff that normally would suck, but in like a positive way, and that's like a big healing thing for them. But yeah, no, I'm just saying people making fun of me because it's funny. I don't know. I would hate to like. I would hate to ever have a kind of like anything negative about an ego. Obviously, you have to have some ego, but I would hate to ever think that I was more important than anybody else. And for a while, I thought I was less important than everybody else, which obviously that's no good either. But like, no, it's different. Things are better. Miss the days of booting up your N64 and spending a whole day on Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, and Snowball Kids. No, never had any of that kind of stuff. When everyone was getting Game Boys. And then later, N64s and all that sort of stuff. It's like, no. So I missed out on a lot of stuff as well. Also, there were fucking TV shows TV channels that you had to pay for and whatever. And even when we had a box capable of doing that, we obviously couldn't get it. There genuinely is such a fucking social gap that's created by that. That runs on to being an adult, and I'm just like, fucking capitalism, right? Because it's like, well, everybody that went and saw, I don't know, Nickelodeon channels or Cartoon Network or whatever, they all get to reminisce about that, and I get to say, oh, well, we got this 99-in-1 Tetris game that was Liquid Crystal that I think probably cost £1 from like a weird tourist shop somewhere. That's the console I had until I stole a Game Boy from another child, and my parents eventually discovered it. Because of course they searched all our bags and everything, but like I was keeping it in my underwear, and I have a suspicion that they either knew and they were like, there's no way we can search this, or they were just like, no idea where this object is, so that I could play Pokemon. And then I think obviously initially my parents were like, oh shit, but then I think they realized that I really needed to have a Game Boy, because then later for one of my birthdays they got me a Game Boy Advance with Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, which is not actually that good a game. I enjoyed it, obviously cursed now. It's the same way how I've got loads of Harry Potter Lego as well. I don't know what the fuck to do with that. Do you sell it to TERFs? Do you think they would buy it? The thing was, Harry Potter Lego was cheaper at the time because no one gave a shit about it then. So it's like, I don't think I would even get any money from it. Especially because it's all like separated, and I'm pretty sure there's like candy in between the bricks and stuff like that. Burn it? Yeah, maybe. Also, Harry Potter is a Lego... Sorry to talk about Harry Potter so much with such a trans audience, because I don't even like to mention its existence at all anymore, but they would put a Harry Potter figurine in every single set. So if you had a lot of the sets, you would end up with like 800 fucking pieces. Because I guess they didn't want any of the kids to have the set and be like, oh, I don't have Harry. Oh shit, he seems fine. So I got millions of this fucking bespectacled face and loads of his... The hair that they made for him was actually quite good, because it seemed like a more normal haircut. But then there's pieces of it that I liked. Like, there were certain building pieces that were really good. You just get rid of the figurines or something? I don't know. I've not touched my Lego in a while. I tried to play Lego with my younger sister at some point when we were both adults, and I just couldn't make the time to do it. Like, I couldn't focus on it for long enough. I was more like, oh, I just want to play a video game instead. What's that thing? Endorphins? What's the other? It's not endorphins, it's the other one. I don't remember. Um, I mean, other than the characters, a lot of it is pretty generic. Yeah, especially the sets from then. Why does Lego cost so much? It's like doubled in price, or quadrupled even in some cases. It's weird because basically, like, Lego sued Mega Bloks because Mega Bloks very obviously was just like, we're Lego too. And they didn't win because it turned out that Lego had only copyrighted the bottom part of the Lego. Now, I think that's because at the time everybody was making brick-like things, but generally speaking, bricks did not really stick together. Because I've seen some of these older toys that my dad had, and like they fall apart, like they don't stick together. So like it was a big deal, I guess, that they copyrighted that. I have a suspicion maybe they just kind of like either bought out or destroyed anyone else that was doing the top bricks like that. But yeah, no, they were like losing money and potentially going to go out of business. But then they started getting really heavily into tie-ins, which they already had Star Wars tie-ins anyway, but like really heavily into tie-ins. And that's kind of how they got back into it. And now, more recently, they started doing almost like prestige Lego stuff, right? Like, I know at like every fucking museum they would sell these sets that would be like, oh, you can build the Eiffel Tower or whatever, and it would be £1 million. But then that seemed to just seep into everything. They do, their sets, some of their sets are bigger though, so I don't know if that makes them. But yeah, no, the fucking don't buy fresh Lego. Maybe I can sell it then. Maybe it is worth something. I don't know. They have more colors than they used to. They got fancier pieces. I have looked at some of the sets and thought, oh, that's really nice. But there's more of an emphasis, where before it was like, this is a thing you can play with. I think there's a bit more of an emphasis on like, this is the set that you'll construct. You know, this is complicated and will take time. I guess. I don't know. But Lego, huge part of my childhood, and especially because my grandparents died and left me a small amount of money of which I could buy Lego. But we were always on the hunt for like cheap Lego. Like every single toy store, we'd always go to the Lego section every single time. We'd be so excited, or to see the Bionicle or whatever. So watching the Lego movie, it felt very authentically like Lego. Even the sense of humor, weirdly, I was like, how the fuck have they managed to correctly represent the sort of sense of humor that we would have playing Lego? I have no idea. I need to work out where I am. Oh, there's a bridge over there. Fantastic. Licensing mainly? Yeah, I suppose so. One of Sandshrew. N64 controllers look so much abuse. When N64 controllers, are they the one of like the 3 things or whatever? Or is that the SNES? I don't really know all that stuff. I know PlayStation, I know Xbox, I know Game Boy. That's sort of it, really. You think you're getting to the Lego painting miniatures? Checked out the Lord of the Rings set of Lego. Oh, that's right. I fucking forgot there's Lord of the Rings Lego. But yeah, no, it's for weirdos like me that like watched it when I was 11 and shaped my personality around it. What the fuck was that sound? Why is the water so... That's not water. What the fuck is going on? Maybe he's hallucinating because he's not slept and he's hungry and he's just been touching all these plants, breathing them in. Rivendell set is like £400. Fucking hell. Lord of the Rings miniature set for £40. Yeah, I do have a bunch of Lord of the Rings Warhammer. And like the rules for the game sucked, to be honest. It was too complicated for what it was. But I sure did love having sets of them. My favorite were the Easterlings. I've shown them on stream. I can't be fucked right now to show them on stream. I don't have any paints for it though. I spent a lot of money on paint and then it all dried out, which I think was kind of the point. I remember Ape Escape. No. Amiga. Yeah, I used to have an Amiga. I played Monkey Island 2, Sid Meier's Civilization, A-Train. Briefly played Megalomania, but I wasn't very good at it, so I didn't play it that much. What else did I play? Lemmings. Lemmings is real good. Don't really remember any other games. But it was mostly those. Yeah, Lemmings. I want to play Lemmings now. I want to go back and play Lemmings. Why does it seem... Okay, so you have to really get to the base of the plant to pick it up, it seems like. Okay, we're kind of close to the mill, I think. Yeah, because that's like...
I feel quite hungry.
I feel quite hungry. He's moving so slowly because he's carrying like quadruple his carry weight in flowers. Where's he putting them? Like, does he have a big bag? One of those awful human beings that speaks over the Lord of the Rings films, as I know it verbatim, sent me to the bin. I wonder how I'd feel about that. Because I love them, but also I have seen them a million times. Oh, excuse me. At some point, I don't have any time, especially with streaming. It really does take up a lot of your time, especially if you're like me and you do 4-hour streams, 5-hour streams. And then it takes me, like, to be honest, like showering and makeup and stuff can take me a couple hours. And then for some reason, and I think it's just processing trauma, to be honest, waking up, it takes me, I have to like process waking up for like an hour. I can't wake up and go straight to the shower unless it's like, oh shit, I have to go because otherwise my life will end. You know, I guess I can do that, but like usually I just can't even process existing for like an hour. So if I wake up and then I'm gonna go stream hour, and then also I have to have breakfast, so it's an hour and then breakfast and then like 40 minutes to shower, although I'm getting faster at that because I don't have to shave as much, and then I gotta put makeup on and then stream. It's like that's the whole day basically. It's not even, you know, like a full job is what would be like 6-9 hours depending on what your job is or whatever. And yet all the time. To be fair, me waking up early in the morning has meant I've been able to do a lot more stuff though, so I'm into that. Because I literally I streamed in the morning and I'm still doing this stream, and that's like, you know, normally that would be completely impossible. And I'm kind of into that. We may do some other things like that. I won't make it too much of a habit because I do seem to have chronic fatigue, and I can get myself overtired if I work too hard, and that will fuck everything up if I get overtired because I will just be too tired. Your siblings used to play it and spend the whole time sabotaging each other. I didn't have I swear I had like a 2-player mode or something, right? You have a 3-foot cardboard cut out of a lemming from where you worked. Oh, nice! Sometimes I'll wake up and process being live awake for 4 hours. Oh no. It's not even like a negative thing. It's just like... It's like a slow thing. I almost wonder if it's an ADHD thing. Holy shit! I had 1,400 and fucking whatever dandelions. I mean, obviously I'm picking up multiples at once if that's the case. Holy shit. No, not the preserver, damn it. Valerian wormwood. Okay, so now... So how much have we got? It's not actually saying, it's just showing it as 1 for some reason. Thousands of herbs. I mean, we did spend the whole stream getting herbs. But our main level has gone up to the point where we can get some things if we want. What's Renegade brand? Oh, that's okay. Savage, Brute. Oh, that's funny. Cloak and Dagger. Ooh. Penalty to strength though. There's a lot of -1 thing increasing over. Agility but minus speech? Okay. Ken, you're handsome and charismatic, but you haven't built up strength. What kind of Ken do they mean? Scholar. Reading level increased. But your strength from warfare have incurred a penalty. First aid, level 3. Infamous is the one I want. I need to be level 10 for that. Did we get anything in strength? It says I got 2 perks. What's mule do? You carry 15 pounds more. I mean, I've been carrying way more than that anyway. I assume they mean and still able to move. Ooh, 40% chance of overpowering your opponent in a clinch. We want that. We will get that. Because the other one we want is head cracker, minimum level 8, and we're strength level 5. But we're doing it. Henry's leveling up. Now I imagine I've got a pretty significant herbalism, right? What's botanist? Herbs you sell have a 50% higher plus. Yeah, we're gonna sell the thousands of herbs that we've got. Who will even be able to buy them, especially as many as that? Don't you hate when your roommates fuck with something and it means it takes you twice as long to do something? No. I mean, first of all, I don't really have that problem, but also I have a very different attitude towards like household and stuff like that. The way I kind of see it is however something gets messed up, it's just the whole house, as opposed to like directing specific blame, I guess, which is really healthy and very different to how I was when I was with my parents. But that's also because I like to wash dishes for people, because it's something that helps people so much, especially if they've got ADHD, and that's like most of the housework, to be honest. I can't think of anything that they would be able to fuck up even, other than dishes, and then I would just do them. So I don't know. I don't have that issue. Although roommates, actually, I've never had roommates. I have housemates, so that's different. Or did you say roommates to mean housemate? Right. We know that we can't get into the town, but is there a place you think that will buy herbs? Could we go to Lichenko? I feel like I went there before but died. I don't think they hate me. Yeah, no, they've got a regular opinion of me. Trader, lodgings. Do we want to walk very slowly picking up every single flower on the way there whilst carrying all the flowers that I have? I think that's what I'm gonna have to do, isn't it? Right, chamomile 412, comfrey 45, dandelion 3102, eyebright 24. Does garlic count? Probably not. Put the garlic back, it doesn't count. Herb Paris 30, marigold 391, mint 174, nettle 552. Poppy 665, sage 380, St. John's wort 455, valerian 141, thistle 209. Thought I'd have more thistle than that. 45 wormwood. Any of us have missed? That's so much. If this was a different game, Henry would be like, his back would be fucking breaking, right? But I guess we're allowed to do that. We're gonna take the long journey. We're gonna take the long journey north. I think if we just follow the path, it's gonna take us there, right? So we should just do that. We should just stay on the path. Can't live alone. You can't really live alone unless dishes to wash. There is something about like, but then it's like it's your dishes, so that's always the thing. I don't know. I kind of like it. I got into it. I figured out what made dishes easier, which was stuff like, there's this like stick with the sponges are disposable, which you know kind of sucks that there's a bit of capitalism. But you can pour liquid, washing up liquid into it, and it will just always kind of work. To get things sudsy, and then because it's it's one of those kind of bristly things, it'll get any difficult stains. But then you also want like an actual bristly brush, one of those ones that kind of looks like a toilet thing but like it isn't, and that's for the difficult stuff. And you just run hot water, bristle, soap it inside and out, put it on a thing so it can dry. Oh, that's right, I can't jump. Oh fuck, I got stuck in something. I need to save before I leave, actually, because I did pick up all this stuff. I saved before, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. But then it was like, it would be difficult to do it. So for a while, I think I would just listen to podcasts. It's a really good way to do any housework. Or streams, you know. Plenty of people have told me that they've done housework or whatever whilst watching my stream, and that's fantastic because, you know, it's not the only thing it's for, but that's definitely something it's for, and I'm glad to help in that way. And it just got to the point where like I just associated washing up with like doing a nice thing and feeling good, that like I just come wash dishes. Like I'll go to my friend's house, I'll go and wash their dishes. And they'll be like, "Thank you, you made it. Like I can clean everything else now because the dishes are washed." And they'll do loads of stuff. They'll do way more housework than me. But for some reason, dishes. I think especially with people with ADHD, which I have. I think I'm pretty sure. But like that just seems to be like the sticking point for everything else. I just overcame it. I overcame it for my friends because I'm so heroic. But no, I like that. What the problem is, I'm not so good at hoovering. I've hoovered this room maybe like twice in the year and a bit that I've lived in it. Which is, you know, not ideal. It has a lot of my hair on the carpet, and we will be getting all the hair out of the carpet for the next people that move in here, because I'm not going to leave them with that. Hate washing dishes. Roommates know this. You have a system for doing dishes methodically in the most efficient manner. Roommates messed with it, and it took you 3 hours to do an hour's worth of dishes. How the fuck do you have an hour's worth of dishes? And especially how do you, what? I mean, if it's I mean, I shouldn't judge. If it's difficult, then like obviously that makes sense. But like, holy shit. Maybe it's just because I've gotten so efficient with it. But I just can't imagine an hour's worth of dishes. Go in the sink. Goes in the rack. And then that for like 30 items or something. I mean, some things are more difficult, I guess. 4 adult humans. Yeah, okay. That maybe for 4 people, I guess that makes sense. A little bit more sense. But still... What the fuck are they making and doing? Oh, another habit that I got into that's actually really good is when I cook, I usually whilst I'm cooking, I'll wash some of the stuff because you know, you have to kind of wait for some things anyway.
Show yourself.
What? I'm not even sneaking. I'm not even sneaking. I didn't do, all I did was pick a flower. I'm leaving. No, it did seem like the cow spoke. There is a lot of... People will see you sometimes when you're just walking around and they'll be like, "Who are you? What do you want?" Like people that I've done nothing to in this game have been like that a few times. And I'm not sure how to... I don't know what that... Why... Is it because I'm dressed kind of dirty or something? They're like, oh, you know, you look like a beggar. I need to find out why you're here. So you do all the plates and pans in one load. The plastics are from lunches, and then cups and cutlery. I find it's easier to do the cutlery pretty much at the same time. It used to be, I used to have methods for it, but I just eventually built such a habit with it, like I could just wash anything. I'd never realized. So I'm like, oh yeah, no, I built up good habits. But I did have to work at it like that. I had to go like, okay, plates, and like, okay, cups, etc., etc. Not having to dry stuff by hand also made that a lot faster, having a drying rack. Although sometimes the drying rack gets kind of gammy and like needs to be cleaned, and that's not great. Who's that dirty man picking nettles? You know, just the nettle man. Shut up. It's Henry's here. The nettle boy. He's unstingable. I think I did hear somewhere that like you can build a nettle resistance, but like obviously the thing is like I think that also requires you to get stung so often that like it really does suck. Is this a dock leaf? This looks like it's meant to be like a dock leaf, but I don't know what that's actually called. Your roommate loaded the sink half with cups and cutlery, 6 plates, and all the pans and plastic stuff. I did used to have a really bad habit of putting stuff in the sink, but then what would happen is the sink would just end up full. So my policy with the sink now is, if it's in the sink, it's probably got to get done within the day.
I'll have to get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry.
Oh, that's right. He needs to eat food. But yeah, no, I don't know. When I was more anxious and when I was younger, that would have been so difficult. I'm not really sure how I overcame. I guess just practice. There was also this thing of like my parents never really taught us much of any kind of housekeeping in the way that they did was sort of weird. So like just through not knowing what to do and not having self-esteem, there was definitely this thing of like a lot of stress with that kind of stuff. But then as I got older and taught myself, I guess I reduced my stress on that. It's as tall as the tap. Anyway, gotta go. It's nice to have you here. Have a great day. We're gonna get Henry over to the town and we're gonna sell all the flowers. I should have just been walking there the whole time, but oh well. Easy to have tidy bundles of dirty dishes if you can't do them. Yeah. Wait, what?
Oh, damn it, I'm hungry.
He's getting hungry very fast. I mean, maybe if there's a person on the road, he can have a bite to eat. And by that, I mean knock them out and take their food. I should have knocked those people out on the road, on the back at the cow. I mean, there's still time, I guess. But no, we must move forward. He's moving so slow as it is. I feel rather hungry. Eat a bunch of nettles. Can you do that? No. Can't even eat mint. You can definitely eat mint. Listen, you can eat mint raw. Although to be fair, he is medieval, so maybe he doesn't trust raw veg. Is mint a veg? I guess it's a herb. I didn't realize until quite late that with most herbs, you're supposed to cook them. You can't put them on top of stuff. And this isn't true for all of them, but this is especially true for chili powder. You can't just put chili powder on your foods, because it will make you fucking shit yourself, or make you more likely to. I think a lot of times when people are having a lot of gastrointestinal issues with chili, it's because they didn't cook the chili. You're supposed to like cook it in like oil or something. I didn't know this until like a couple of years ago, and I would just put chili on all sorts of stuff. Do I have gastrointestinal problems now? It seems fairly consistent. I probably did it to myself a little bit. Can you make a nice nettle soup or anything? I think if I put loads of them in one of those soup things, maybe. Because you can add stuff. But I don't know. I know there's an alchemy system, so I don't know if that's like required to make stuff. I don't know anything about crafting in this game. I just assume at some point, like an angry miller or something will be like, listen boy, the way that you have to make this is you gotta do crime and steal. And then I don't need to hear any moralizing. I just need to hear theft. That's what he was like the whole time. Deal with the pretty countryside in this game. It's nice also because there's a familiarity to some of these plants. Like, I feel like I've seen one of these before. I've definitely seen one of these before. So they did try. Health problems have made it really difficult to manage dishes just now. I just feel less bad about it if they're stacked in the same way. Fair enough. And also, like, it's so important to recognize when you're disabled. Something I don't do, and I'm like so disruptively disabled. It's such a disruption. I just have gotten very good at managing everything else around it, but like it's so bad, like it potentially could stop me from doing anything just through sleep issues. That's how significant sleep is. And I never think of myself as disabled, but I am, and it's important to do that. I think it's still Disability Pride Month, or I can't remember if it was Pride or Awareness. It's probably Pride. Yeah, I should be proud of myself for all of the self-coping mechanisms and whatever. And even just depression is a disability as well. That's another thing. Like, it's important to recognize that and definitely not feel guilty. Thank you. This is one of the things that was sent to me by my ex. I have paired it together with this kind of weird white dress thing. This used to fit a bit better. I just thought it was cute to put the both of them together. It's a crop top. I think I'm into crop tops, you know, because I got another crop top from her as well, and I've worn that on stream, and I put a set together, and I was like, this is really cute. And I'm like, we're starting to discover things about fashion with me here, and what I like. That's giving me a lot of gender euphoria. I was already kind of into leggings anyway. Thank you. I also have some completely bright white shoes that I think would combine with it very well. I just bought them because my boots that I bought were tearing my feet apart. And I'm getting some boot stretches to see if I can fix that. I just bought some regular unisex shoes, which, you know, I normally wouldn't, but pretty much everybody, pretty much all women I see are on the street are wearing like white shoes, white trainers. So they think it's fine. But I feel like a lot, when cis women are wearing trainers, I feel like it's more of a sort of like, aha, we've gotten this, you know, we've gotten this point where women can wear trousers and trainers and stuff. But for me, I really need, you know, to be gender affirmed by my shoes. And it's really tricky because I already had big feet and then I'm trans. So like they don't want to make shoes for me. It's a whole, they didn't want to make shoes for me anyway when I thought I was cis. Yeah, but thank you. Wash all your dishes for the low fee of £30 an hour. I mean, it takes 3 hours to wash the dishes. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should start charging, you know. Oh fuck, you know, I do need money. That wouldn't, and it's not like a huge amount of money. Maybe I'll start doing it. I'll say, listen, I will go to your house and I will wash your dishes and I'll give you an estimate within £30 to £50 and I'll do all your dishes. And people go, oh thank fuck, because we didn't want to do those. See, the thing is though, the problem is that is a job and it's called domestic work and it's generally not very good and has poor rights and stuff like that. Of course, there's always the risk that people will just be like, I'm not going to pay you, and then what do you do? Because I'm not fucking talking to the police. Partly because I don't believe in the police and I hate them and I don't think they should exist, but also because in any situation where I have any kind of disagreement with someone, they're gonna side against me. They just are. That's how they work. Everybody, when I got hate attacked, everyone was like, "Did you make a police report?" And I'm like, "No, because they'll throw me in jail or something." Or at least charge me, as opposed to the other person. Or they'll just not give a shit, I guess. It's probably more likely. But I don't know. I don't know that. Police in Sheffield seem to have been pretty weird about me. So, you know, it stands to reason, probably fairly transphobic. I think they will be anyway, because police is a fascist job. Fascists don't like trans people because they prove that the patriarchy is a bunch of bullshit. And also they like Catholicism, I guess, and Catholics don't like us. Are we there at the town yet? I feel like I've maybe gone the wrong way. I have a feeling like I might be going this way when I need to be going this way. There's 2 houses, but did I already pass those? I'm not going back. What is this thing here? Is this a temple? Is it just a stack of... Is it for drying stuff? Yeah, it might be for drying stuff. I'm looking very intently and closely at it. I don't know. Will it be on the map? I don't see it. I mean, I guess I base it on which way is the water. The water's seemingly that way. Okay, so I think we're here. I think we're here. Is that a nest? Nest is on the map. Yeah, so we just need to keep going this way. Okay, that's good. We're gonna get there eventually. We're gonna sell them every single herb we have, and they're going to like it. Even though I'm convinced that no merchant will have enough gold. Although actually, it depends. If I don't know if every merchant can buy everything, because like potentially, if there's a shop that sells a lot of expensive stuff, I can just be like, well, here's 3,000 marigolds or whatever for your, like, cool swords that I won't be able to use because of my stats. There's so many flowers. This is extremely fulfilling to me. Because there's so many flowers! It never ends! I was worried about finding something that would give me XP. Because it didn't seem like there were so many things that were interactable. But I didn't realize there's a billion flowers. There must be millions. Certainly, obviously there's thousands. I mean, the map's not like the biggest thing in the world, right? But seems to me like there's a lot of flowers. And like many of them that I see I can pick up. And then there seems to be also some that aren't as well. Is that why the game's like 60 gigabytes? Which for what it was, seemed kind of high. But I think that's probably just more to do with like, it's their first game, they don't necessarily know how to, as efficiently as other devs might know how to like put it together, right? A conciliation cross. And also it's those weird thing. I've seen these before, these like weird pine cones. They're usually smaller than that in my experience. Christopher Mills. Now, is that an actual person or is that a Kickstarter backer? Because I feel like it's a Kickstarter backer. I think this is the path we need to go because we're at the houses now. 60 gigabytes of fascist subtext. I mean, How much fascist subtext? I mean, the racist thing, absolutely. The no cross-dressing thing. The... Also, fascists are big fans of the Holy Roman Empire. You know why? Because it's one of the Reichs. As in, you know how there's the Third Reich? It's considered... I think it's considered the First Reich. So, it's kind of a backdoor way of them being like, oh, yeah, I just really love this period of time in history. I think that's also kind of why... one of the reasons why the Holy Roman Empire isn't taught that much, because people are like, But then every empire is shit, right? They don't teach about the British Empire either, but then that's fairly fascist. I mean, is that guy a fascist? He likes Gamergate. Obviously doesn't like cross-dressing. All of the women can't fucking have, like, no agency, can't do anything. I mean, to be fair, I've not met all the female characters, so, like, I don't know. But they do seem to be, like, window dressing quite a bit. Alexander the Great's empire is considered the first? What, the First Reich? I thought it was, like, the first one's the Holy Roman Empire. The second one is the German national state. And then the third one is the Nazi one. Right? I mean, to be honest, fascists are weird. That's probably one of the things they're right. Or is that just because we kept talking about Alexander the Great yesterday? Why am I calling him the Great? I don't think he's great. Oh god, I'm blacking out. Alexander the Macedonian? You're off to check, you're genuinely unsure. Yeah, just Google the Reichs. I mean, sometimes we have to learn about things that are bad. Oh, cool. I like how every butterfly fades away like a ghost. Realism there. Oh no, I'm right. Hey! Always the great, never the mediocre. I mean, if I was Alexander the Great, I would be dead by now. Because I'm pretty sure he died in his 20s. Almost certainly poisoned. Because that's always seems to be what happens. He just lost control of his generals. I know there was a whole thing of like, they refused to march any further from home. But like, I don't know. I think it was just more they were like, this is the maximum amount of land that we can control. He died, yeah, it was like 26 or 27 or something. To be fair, he also like, you know, obviously inherited a lot of stuff. And rich people don't age the same way. Rich and powerful. Supposedly his dad invented a longer spear, a longer pike, and that's also why they had so many victories. Even though tactically he was quite smart, I would say, as generals go. But the thing I heard was basically because they literally could just reach further than everybody else. Because no one else had fought to make a pike that long. There are other things too. That may have just been how it started. But yeah, his dad probably didn't invent it. He probably owned somebody who invented it. I think is more likely. Is this pickable? Is this like a rose? Oh, belladonna. Poison. A serious poison. Oh, it's all in my pockets now. Oh god, I got scared that he was dying. Maybe we should pick up the pace a little bit so we can actually get Henry something to eat. Because if he blacks out and wakes up in a different part of the map, it's going to be very difficult. Pikes are super long and flexible because of a particular tree that grew in Macedon. Okay, so it wasn't even necessarily a case of like, oh, we developed something cool. It's one of those very interesting things, a geographical advantage. It's kind of like, so because of Europe being closer to the pole of the planet, frequent ice ages have meant that ice has really fucking plowed the earth, in Europe, and it's made it very rich and fertile, as opposed to Africa, which has spent a lot of time in the equator and far away from in its geographical history, away from glaciers. So the earth is a lot older and therefore is like not as fertile basically. So we had this geographical advantage, I suppose, is that we can make a fuck ton of food. So we can have a fuck ton of people. But I don't know. I'm sure I could probably find, like, this is just something, this is an analysis that I've read. This is not something that I've gone, oh yeah. So maybe there's some holes in that. But and then there's also things about like Spain having the fucking mountains at the top of Spain, so it's actually like really hard to get through without someone in Spain knowing about it. I'd say with Britain as well, because it's this, you know, relatively skinny island. It's easy to just sort of fill that all up. Oh, and also we have a high amount of coal. So once we started running out of trees, because we chopped them all down again because of being a little skinny island, we moved on to coal, and then that was the Industrial Revolution. Although that is also missing out the enormous amount of slavery that we were doing. People love to say, oh yeah, they just made some machines and had a good time, and it's like,
Don't you start. Oh well, I wouldn't mind a bite to eat, actually.
who's he talking to? Yeah, no, a lot of the Industrial Revolution was to process all of the things that came from slavery. So they're all like cotton processing machines. Also wool processing, which, you know, that was probably fine. It's weird. I've even been to industrial museums where they're literally like, yeah, it was for cotton. No, absolutely no conversation about where that cotton came from. Like, But yeah, long pikes. Basically, just a little trick. That's not a flower, or maybe it is. Is this at the town then? What am I walking across? Because I feel like I'm taking a shortcut. That is stomach rumbling. I need to get in the town so I can eat. And also sell his ridiculous amount of herbs. It's me, the herb man. I've got belladonna. It's got to the point I can't look at the flowers without wanting to pick them now. Even though I'm not sure that is a pickable one. Oh god, he's really blacking out. I was gonna say, I can't think of a time I've ever been hungry like that. But then I forgot about that time where I just had like a weird, like, euphoric episode. Because I hadn't really been eating and it was really cold. And I'd been sick as well. Which again was probably because that was last winter. That wasn't even that long ago. Gosh, time sometimes doesn't fly. Honestly, the thing that's made time not fly the most is having more stuff to do each day, I've noticed. Because when I had fuck all to do, it was like 10 years fucking passed like that. But since like having like a couple of things to do, like, you know, I'll go shopping, but then I'll also stream or whatever, and then or some days I'll go out or something. It's like 2 weeks felt like 3 months in a good way. Someone is gonna across you, blacked out on the side of the road and think, ah, easy pickings, only to find 900 nettles down your trousers. Yeah, absolutely. Aha, easy pickings. Ow, ow, what the fuck? Nettles? Lots of them. Also, like, if they're down his trousers are like out to here, right? Like, all of his clothes are fucking hugely expanded. Like, there's flowers falling out every time he makes a gesture. Right, I need to work out which of these are traders. Okay, so this is the town before the town that I'm at. Oh god. There's gotta be a pot cooking somewhere. There's a pot there. Everywhere there's a fire, there's a pot, it seems. Are those two people having a conversation because it's a quest? Because they do look like they're standing like they're having a conversation because it's a quest. That's a very NPC talking to an NPC stance.
Called me a tight-arsed old stinking billy goat. I'd never hear the end of it if I didn't lend him the coin.
No, they're just having a standard conversation. Right, I need to, Henry needs to get food. Henry needs to not just get food, he also needs to not piss off the local populace, because he does need to have a place where he can go to buy and sell and do things, because it turns out, if you can't get into a town because everyone hates you, it's a real big fucking deal. Right, this better not be a private area. Watching the steel, are we? Just give me. I saw that you left some soup. It's almost certainly burned by now, but I figured I would just, you know, I'll put it out for you unless you want it. I'll stir it for you. That's what I'll do. I'll stir it right into my mouth. Backstand hit. Oh, for fuck's sake! It's just a fire. There's no. Okay, well, clearly some mistakes have been made here. First of all, I want to apologize. Of accusing you of having burnt soup. Seems someone did take the soup off there. Oh, let's see if we can actually sell nettles or whatever to this guy. Excuse me.
God be with you.
Let's trade.
Good luck to you.
Can I sell you? It looks like I can. I sell you all these dandelions. Okay. What? How much is that worth? 0.1 each. So that's worth like 300 groschen, I think. Or it's saying 472. Okay. What cool things do you sell? Get a spade. It's not even worth that much. I don't know if I need any of these. Ooh, a robber's sword. Minimum strength 1. Okay. Nothing exceptional about age and its universal use, plus the fact that it's likely to fall pieces in your hands. I don't want to do that. I don't actually need any of this stuff, so we're actually going to... How much money do you have? Can you not buy these? I'm confused, actually. Let's haggle about selling you dandelions,
I'd
first
like to
of all.
discuss the price.
Why not?
Why not? Okay, 360. Which actually is a decent amount of money.
Here. And, something for you.
Oh shit, no, I did it the wrong way around.
Word. Thank you kindly.
Wait, what did I buy then? Hang on, what? Wait, what? Hang on, what? What did I do there? I'm so confused. I sold him, and he said thanks. I'm like, here's a little extra for your trouble. But that's not what happened. What happened is I sold him a bunch of flowers to a blacksmith. Let's not question it. Let's not question it. Also, let's fucking get Henry some food. Holy shit. That dog's starting to look like a big, tasty meal. It's a criminal that I can't pet it. But then, I don't think you can pet dogs that are barking at you. I don't really know. I don't have the familiarity with dogs that I have with cats. I mean, I like to say I could probably tell you anything that a cat was thinking by looking at it, but it's obviously easier when you, like, own the cat and know what the cat's about. There's no food. Hey, what's up?
Anything else?
Anything else than what? Oh, you're shy now. Okay. Let me just wash myself. You offered him 360 and he said, why not 340? Oh, he offered... Oh, okay. I gave him 20... Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but it did improve my reputation somewhat by doing that. So, you know, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the town where Henry's nice.
What's the matter
What's the matter with you? You're way stranger than anything I've done. Ooh, Nils. This is normal. I like to think it probably would have been fairly normal, right? Because, like, dying is a big thing. And I don't mean death. I mean, like, dyeing clothes and stuff. So the people constantly, like, oh, I need to collect this. I need to collect the thistles. I'm making something pink. What's this thing? It's also pink. I'm like, why can't I pick that up? Why can't I pick everything up? Why can't I pick up this willow tree? It's a plant. I should be able to. This is a shit bridge. These towns are barely connected at all. Did get a bargain on this 3,600 dandelions. I mean, I have no need for them, and if I do need them, I can just go pick some more. Is that algae? This is the worst bridge. Oh my god, am I gonna have to... You're kidding me! You're kidding me! You can't make that step, Henry. Well, I could, but if I make too much of a movement, all of the nettles will shift in my trousers. Please, Rosie, I'm talking to you directly. I've gained sentience. You've spent too much time picking herbs, and I started to question why I was doing that, and why I was putting every single one of them in my pants. And then I started to question the universe around me, and suddenly I started to see things I'd never noticed before. And then I realized I was being controlled by some sort of trickster. And now I understand why I keep knocking people out. I thought it was just trauma from Skalitz, but it's been like 4 weeks now. I've just been picking herbs. Henry's playing Stardew. Yeah, basically. I know that there's mods to pause the time in Stardew Valley, but I really didn't like that there was a timer in that. Especially because I didn't get that far into it because I'd later learned that there's loads of ways to like shorten things down. Oh, I need a torch or someone's gonna complain that I'm being illegal. There we go. Oh, he still hasn't eaten, poor thing. The doobly-doo. What am I saying? Also, what's this thing of like men carry torches, women carry lanterns? Like, wouldn't they all just have fucking lanterns? Why is this guy a torch man? Oh, he's a watchman. Well, why wouldn't he have a fucking lantern then? No, it's the manly thing. Oh, here we go. I think we've got some men with some lanterns. Maybe it's just a watchman thing then. Isn't there something very quaint about this? Don't you want to meet people at sort of dusk and like hold your lanterns next to each other as you have a conversation? I actually would be really into that now that I see that. Whereas a big flaming torch, I'd be paranoid that I'd set my like hair on fire or something. Please, please, someone feed me. No, there's no pot here. Is there a pot in the inn? Do you sell food? I'll just buy food. Voice strength bonuses only factor picking things. It's got the most incredible grip. Well, the way that they kind of said it in the perks, the implication was, it's called leg day literally. So, 1 bread roll, please. 2 bread rolls, please, and some cheese, and some bacon to go with the cheese, and some horseradish as like a extra thing, you know. And then I'll have a pretzel. There we go. Oh yeah, no, I want to hang on. And then I'll sell to you. Oh, interesting. You'll only buy potions and stuff. That's fine. Let's just haggle.
I'd like to discuss the price.
Sure, why not?
Sure. My location will change 3 times during this conversation. I'm gonna pay her extra because everyone likes that apparently. So here we go.
This and a little something on top.
Ah, look at him.
My word, thank you kindly.
Yeah, double reputation gain. Right, let's fucking snort this all down. I'm gonna sit down. We're gonna do the realism thing, right? Hello, Robin Hood. Hey, you know, this guy actually looks fairly close to what may have been a historical Robin Hood, because the reason he's called Robin Hood is because he wore red on his chest. I don't know about this hat, but which has come to be the representation of him. Also, Robin Hood came to just mean criminal. Like, they would literally change people's names to Robin Hood as like a punishment, to be like, you're a criminal. But it was just, Robin Hood was just a story really about like a smart merchant basically, but it's sort of changed into this other story. It makes him look like a woodpecker. That's a good reason to have a hat, I think. Why don't we have woodpecker? I mean, fairies are bringing back, you know, dressing as animals, which is something historically we've always done. So thank you, fairies. But let's get more like, wouldn't it be fucking cool to have a big hat that's got like a big beak, and then you still can see, and you're like, hey, how you doing? Kind of, it's a bit Mardi Gras, I think. Right, eat your bacon. I feel like I'm looking after a child. I'm like, wait, come on, you gotta eat. What's the rest of his food? What did he already eat? Or I just lose the ability to discern what is food and what isn't a herb. Oh, okay, I think he did eat it. Okay. How's he doing? That cured his hunger. Fantastic. Right. Can I sleep here? Excuse me. You want a hat helmet in the style of a pelican? Put your Greggs sausage rolls on a big pelican. That's great. That would be a great idea. I remember when vegan sausage rolls first came out at Greggs. That was huge for me because I was vegan, and it was like the only thing that was vegan that I could eat in the center of the city. So it was like, holy shit, this is huge. And I wanted two, but it was like the one last one that they had on the tray. So they were like, oh, you have to wait for a bit. So I waited for a bit, and they gave me them both for free because I waited, and I was like, ah, Greggs, you are good.
Can I sleep here?
I know you're a big fucking company or whatever, but they sell all sorts there now. Vegan sausage rolls really exploded Greggs as a store to the point where they like sell spicy chicken. Although I don't know, like, something that's being persistently heated and there's meat, it's probably maybe not something you should be buying and eating, but it was great. The sausage roll, they're great, just as good as any other sausage roll.
Just the one night?
Sure, but Groschen first. These are harsh times.
Yeah, here you go. Oh, I should have given them more. I should have improved my reputation even more.
Disturb you.
Praise be to Greggs. What was really funny? I went to London in like what was the most cursed trip to London ever. Like every fucking thing went wrong. But thankfully I brought my at the time housemate, who is just an amazing person. Although he also went off to go see his girlfriend, which was cool. But that was kind of like part of the agreement. I was like, you know, you come on with me with the train journey and like you get to see your girlfriend. They're both trans, which is great. I don't know why I needed to say that. But I guess if I'm like my cis friend, he can't fucking get up the stairs. Oh, there we go. But literally we were like, what should we eat here? We're in London, and I think we just went to Greggs. And I thought that was so funny. Did we go to Greggs? Yeah, I think we went to, yeah, and it was just like, you went all the way to London so that you could eat something that's like not for London, right? It's like a northern thing. What's in this? What the fuck? This is my stuff. Is that how that works? You just, if it's a chest next to a bed, it has a, that's weird. That's kind of magic. Hi, Darren again. We have been picking loads of flowers because I discovered it's a source of XP, and also if you get a high enough level in herbalism, you can start getting strength XP. So I'm trying to make Henry really tough. And also, I walked to another town that doesn't hate me, so this is going to be the town that likes me, I've decided. I'm in a private area? What do you mean? I'm gonna wake up in jail because they're like, sorry, you slept for 2 minutes too long. Oh, that's what they meant. I'm in a private area. Because he sleepwalks. How am I gonna get down without breaking my ankles? Just give it our best go, I guess. Oh, it's fine. Is this the morning? This looks a little dark for morning. Also, I think this is across the river. Maybe. I don't recognize this. Where am I? Yeah, I think I'm here. What's that? Quest giver. That's a real problem. Yeah, no, we're back. I think we're back across the river here, maybe. I'm not sure. That's the blacksmith. Can't remember what side of the river the blacksmith is. There's a lot of houses here, so I think I am still in the same town at least. You like his like soon screen with a jolt? Yeah, yeah. I got as many bits of art and stuff I could of Henry, because as much as I'm making him be a piece of shit, I think that the way he's portrayed and the things that he says are really endearing, and I'm a big fan of him as a character. I don't know what that weird effect was. What's this? That's like no stealing here. We're behaving in this town, because it turns out we need a town to behave in. Okay, yeah, this is the inn that I just was at. It's nice to get fan art for a game you're playing, and like I don't know, there's something fun about that. Integrate it into the presentation of the game. I used to do a thing quite often where I would put the starting screen of the game as for starting soon, but like that's kind of complicated sometimes. It's easier to play the music from the game. Right. What store is this? Is it a hairdresser's store? Is this a barber's? Even though I don't know... Barbers even be a thing? I did, hang on. I need to take his, coif off, don't I? Let's get to treat himself to a haircut. Assuming they're even open. Come on, Henry. Find the front door. No, get out! It's 5 in the morning! I move slowly because I am full of herbs. Oh, okay, it's locked. Alright. Well, they can't stop me washing in their water. It looks very clear, but honestly, I'm like, where did you... At least they got a well, right? Oh, that's where I just came from. Let's not go in circles when we're moving as slowly as this. Although it take me so long to get to any of the stores. By the time I get there, they're like, "Ah, yeah, we're open. We've been open for hours, Henry. Yes, we do know your name." Because everyone in town is talking about what a nice, responsible, and law-abiding person you are. We love you. Thanks, Henry, for being a good sport and giving us, like, you gave that guy 20 golds. 20 whole gold, 20 groschen. You didn't even need to do that, Henry. You're so nice. And that was definitely on purpose. Horrid Henry. No, it's oh, look, a little satisfied smile. It's, what's a word for beginning with H that's, like, positive? Because all I can think of is haggle. Haggle Henry. like something like generous, but, like, obviously that begins with a G. Heinous. No, no. What's this? What do they sell here? Cows? Hello? Any cows for sale here? Watch him not be able to get up there. Oh, he can get... No, it's locked. Oh, it's a butcher. It's be a butcher. That'll be what it is. Harmonious Henry? That's quite nice. Heavenly Henry. Oh, excuse me. Yawning a little bit. Oh gosh, because it's approaching 9, isn't it? It's approaching 9! How long have we been playing this game? Almost 5 hours. Okay, this is probably going to be the last thing that I do is figure out what stores to sell to. As soon as they fucking open. It seems like daylight to me. I don't think I need a torch. Come on, Henry. Go faster. Oh, we could always be picking flowers, I guess. Chamomile. Is that what chamomile looks like? I feel like I've seen that before. Valerian. Which I thought was a Game of Thrones thing, but then everything that's named in Game of Thrones is basically from something else anyway. Oh, Baker. See, I feel like I feel like I can't get that much profit out of a baker. They just have baked goods. Ooh, they've got teleporting pots. Amazing. Baker, hello. I'm gonna have to wait around for an hour. Imagine. Hi, I just wanted to come into. Okay, wait. Oh, they're sleeping. I was like worried they were dead for a second. Hi, I just wanted to come into your house to ask when you were gonna open up shop. I mean, I'm sure that's happened somewhere in some places, right? Okay, let's wait an hour because I guess I was like real life awake at like 5:30, like I was this morning. And I was just too awake. So I was watching all the cinematic videos from the WoW expansions that I haven't played. What? To see if I could figure out what was going on. Oh, you're just a villager. Hey, can I talk to you about
Good health to you.
Oh, that's nice.
Take care now.
You just sell regular food. Oh, isn't honey really good in this? Or am I thinking of a different game? I'll get some honey. Sure, let's get some milk. Let's get a pretzel. Let's get a sweet pancake. Let's get a bread roll. Get some bread. And then I will sell. Ah, fuck, you don't buy any of that stuff. That's fine. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Haggle.
Let's talk about the price.
Sure, why not?
Here, have more money than it's worth.
Here. And
It's something for your trouble.
Thanks 1,000 times.
1,000? I only gave you like 2. Listen, is there like some kind of exchange rate on this? What about you? Are you also a baker? You're a trader.
Good morning.
Who did you betray? Let's talk trading. Okay, you also sell the same things. Oh, but you'll buy. Oh, okay, I was like, you'll buy new things. I'm like, yeah, you'll buy the things I just bought off your business partner. You're probably married to him, but I don't want to assume. Okay, so where are we on this map then? Oh, okay, that's why I'm struggling to fucking sell anything. I'm like way on the far side of the town apparently. Let's try and get a little bit more central. We have to make profit on all of our herbs, and also because I kind of want to stop carrying them so Henry can move at a normal speeds. The leg day is really about the weight of herbs that he's carrying. So strong. Definitely isn't injuring himself. Double punch. Wait, where did the other one go? What? Well, I mean, okay, you've got ghost powers. I can't beat that. Guess you live to see another day. Also, I'm supposed to be behaving. Oh, hello. Hey boy, there's like a chicken, there's like a raw chicken. You wanna get the raw chicken? You wanna get the raw chicken? Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Stop! Please stop barking. I do love dogs. I just don't get on with them as much. Oh, hello. Oh, okay, I can only steal from you. Hi. Oh, okay. This is your house. You would never see a dog. I mean, I want to pet them all. They just... some of them just aren't like that. Dogs seem way more anxious than cats. Although, to be fair, cats are extremely skittish. I would say more cats have run away from me trying to pet them than they've wanted to be pet. It's so nice when you meet, like, a super sociable cat, though. It makes me feel very nice and wanted. And then, like, stroke them and then they're, like, really into it. Hello, friend! Have you heard of these things called herbs? They're really sweeping the fields. What do you do? Oh, you also sell herbs. Which means you'll appreciate a good quality value. Savor Schnapps. I'll buy both of those. Cobbler's kit? Tailor's kit? I mean, maybe I should start repairing my stuff. I'll get one of those. I'll get a cobbler's kit as well. Okay, I don't need a spade. I don't have a spade. This wounding arrow. You got ordinary arrows, you got quality arrows, ordinary arrows. I would like to buy all of your ordinary arrows, please. So I can cover them in sleeping potions. Trick of a lot of cats is to crouch down to level and approach them in their own sweet time. The problem is often crouching is what they interpret that as you getting ready to pounce. I've found, so it honestly, if a cat doesn't want to be stroked, you just won't. Right. So how much is that basket? Doesn't need to show me the price. Whatever. We'll just sell you some stuff. Can I sell you every single plant? You have enough money for that. Every single one. They're all worth 0.1, but it doesn't matter because when you've got like 50 of them, or in 500 of them is maybe the case, or 700 is maybe the case, or 517 is maybe the case. I hope we can afford this. I hope we can even slightly afford this. Right. Right, let's haggle. Is he gonna say,
Do something about
I can't afford this?
Well, we can try it.
Also, I can... Right. Hang on. Are you saying you're only gonna pay me 90 for... Hey, hang on. We're not doing this. Reputation... You're the one that wanted to give me 90 groschen for like 7,000 herbs. Hang on. Let me try this again. Let me try to sell... Let me try and sell the chamomile. And then we go to barter. That should be 50...
Naturally.
Naturally. Okay, good.
Here you are, with a little top up.
My word, thank you kindly.
But that's not what's happening here. You're giving me money, so I'm not... It's not the... It's the wrong voice line. Whatever. Also, I've adopted this family, and also the family down the street. Doubled foods. Oh, that's what I love about cats, the king of their own domain. Yeah, I get really weird about people that are like, cats must be indoors. And I'm like, maybe some cats do, but not all cats. There'll be people who will quote things about the effect that cats have on the environment in like Australia or something, and they'll be like, you know, they're really bad, and that's true, but they're not bad in the UK. They're actually, we've had cats here for so long that they, whilst they can be sometimes kind of destructive, especially if there's a lot of them, they're actually fairly integrated. Like, the birds and things that they're catching are generally birds that would be dead anyway. That's because they're easy to catch. A lot of birds die because they don't learn how to fly. Obviously, again, this is not the same in Australia. They are very bad in Australia. because they're an invasive species. But then people are like, oh yeah, no, they all have to be inside, and I'm like, I don't know. Because the other thing is also, like, giving cats that degree of freedom means that they can choose where they want to live as well, and if they're not being looked after properly, they can go and live in another place. Although that's kind of a weird argument, I guess, because it's like, if you look after your cat better by giving them more freedom, they can leave you when you don't look after them properly. Or American thing. Well, basically, there's a big, huge movement about it among absolute vegans, because they realized that a cat is an almost completely carnivorous animal. It's perhaps the most carnivorous animal. And if we want to keep cats, we have to farm meat, because we can't make them vegan. So they want people to not want to have cats anymore, basically. Okay, oh, I see. Trade is wealth 232. Okay. 62. This should give me another, like, 70. Okay. And that should give me, like, another 80? Yeah, there we go. We've almost bought him out. Right. And then we can buy some stuff. Like, all of his ordinary arrows. Your parents' cat turned up one day and never left. Tried to find the owner, so no one came forward. Our first cat, it was like that, but we did find the owner, and they were like, this cat's just had kittens, and we don't know what the fuck to do. Basically. I think was the situation. At least that's how it was told to me, anyway. Let's sell the ones that... Oh no, that's buying. Let's not buy the things that I'm trying to sell. Save your snaps, get all those. Oh, I pay. Okay. Sage. Okay, I see why the price changed so dramatically now. I understand. We're still paying money because of his super expensive store. But it does mean that we get rid of basically all of our various herbs. Yep, sell the belladonna. Sell it all, because currently I don't need it. Okay, so that's why I only get 50. Right, okay, I understand now.
Can we do something about the price?
Naturally.
Naturally! Oh my god. That changes it so much, but let's make that offer, because he'll be
Here you are, with a little top-up.
My word, thank you kindly.
Reputation gains. Right, can I move around at a fast speed? Yay! So Henry now has 1.1k Groschen. I didn't actually get that much. But he did get loads and loads of XP. He's so leveled. We've not quite got a head cracker yet. Because we're level 6. Amazing. This is the new meta. Where's the fucking... What am I looking for here? Oh yeah, oh it's a tailor. It's not a hairdresser. Where's the inn? Well, and we'll send him to give him a nap. Is this the inn? Hey, what's going on? Oh, you're a bandit. Come back. Oh wait, I don't actually want to get into a fight with you. Never mind. I changed my mind. Yeah, everyone else can't. That's it. You do all the... No, you do the work. Fuck. No, please. Yeah, you do all the punching.
Enjoy this.
Oh shit, he teleports. He teleports. No, fuck, get off, get off. Please, please let me leave. Please let me, stop locking me in. He keeps teleporting to my location. Right, I don't think he can stand on these logs, can he?
Yeah. You get what for?
No, I won't. You're the one.
Have you?
What if I just sneak here? Yeah, there we go. Hey, he gave up. I did it. Now I can take credit.
Had enough?
Wow, I'm covered in blood.
Yeah, you got me. Look, it was only a few groschen.
You'll die for that.
No excuses. Hand it over.
Here.
You got the thrashing.
8 groschen.
I hope you've learned your lesson.
You deserve this. Thieves deserve beatings.
I'll have to get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry.
Was this your groschen?
Really let him go? Just like that?
Reputation lost.
Get the loot back.
I did. I have it here.
Reputation gained.
Thank you. That thieving magpie. You can't trust anyone these days.
You can definitely trust me.
And just so you know, I'm no pinch purse. Here's a small reward.
Thanks.
Oh, you give me half of it. That definitely was not worth getting beaten in the head for. And the chest, actually, quite a bit. What's this? That's a food store. Where the fuck's the fucking inn that I was just at? Oh, it's down the road. It's down the hill. But where's the road? Where's the pathway? Which bit counts? Curse these medieval roads. Is this the way down? I don't think so. I don't feel like that's the right direction. I feel like it's over this way. Oh, it's here. I was right next to it. I was on the other side of it. Hi, can I sleep here for another night, please?
Is there somewhere I could sleep here?
Certainly. For how long?
We're still having the graphic issue. I added a mod to prevent that from happening, but I guess it's still happening.
No problem. But you pay in advance.
Here.
Here you go.
You've got it all.
It's always freaky when I say exactly the same thing as the video game character.
Good luck then.
It makes me it makes me feel a little bit either unoriginal or completely like in tune. It's a strange feeling. Right, there we go. And we have saved. And that is the end of today's adventure with Henry. And the end of the stream, I suspect. I say I suspect. I'm planning to end the stream. It's not like I'm trapped in the stream. Help, I can't get out. I only exist in the stream. I'm in your pocket. Oh, that's right. He wakes up in the fucking hay bale because he's a sleepwalker. Yeah, save and quit. Why not? Oh, the Henry Stinger didn't work. That does happen sometimes with Trigger Fire for some reason. I can't explain it. It just stops working, which it shouldn't do because that sucks. But yeah, let's find someone to stream. Rage even. God, I'm so tired. It'll be great when I get to sleeping at like 12 instead of like 9:30, but I guess it doesn't really make that much difference. Oh, you know who I've never had a chance to raid? I think I might do. Yeah, I'm gonna raid someone who's a relatively famous trans person, I would say, online. Casey Explosion, who I've never raided before, but I've been following them since forever. You may have seen some of their tweets, although, you know, Twitter's a big fucking mess, so I don't even know. So let's go and raid them. Thanks everybody for being here. Check out YouTube. The VODs of Kingdom Come Deliverance will be on there. Come and join the Discord. It's great. We have a community Minecraft server. The information is in that Discord. It's modded. It's really fun. Check out my Ko-fi. If you think maybe the time I put into streaming should be rewarded with money, I think that would be great, and Ko-fi is a really good way to do that. This was a great stream. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm gonna go. No, I'm not that hungry. I probably should eat though. Probably should eat something. I had quite a big breakfasty lunch type thing, but I should eat, and then I probably will immediately fall asleep. So thank you so much, everybody. And I'll see you in hell. No, not really. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being in my stream. Brain is not working anymore. I'm all tired. You're all great. I'm sleepy. I'm gonna sleep. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.